What's going on, guys? Good morning. Welcome back to Third Wave Trades. Appreciate you guys joining me this morning. The news is that basically core PPI came out 2.4% versus the expected 2.6%. So the market is having a little bit of a decent push. Tesla yesterday after hours pulled back a little bit, and pre-market we were able to come back up to this $274 range. So let's see if we can get past with a lot of the core Fed data behind us now. We can make a little bit of a push and get out of this kind of stagnant, choppy movement. I think I have an idea of a count that kind of makes sense to me, but depending on how it plays out today, I'll have a better idea. Yeah, it looks like to me that basically we're getting a leading diagonal for an extended fifth wave move. So this will be our first, second, third, fourth over here, and now probably a three-wave move up for our fifth wave, which would be our first wave of this fifth. So let's see if that plays out. If not, then it's back to the drawing board. Good morning, Sunny Ann. How are you? Glad you're with us. I expect the first half hour to be a little bit choppy. Yeah, honestly, if you guys read the news, this is a lot of bullish things in my opinion, or just a lot of catalysts that are coming out for Tesla. Right, obviously there was the news um, about the his AI company that's coming out, and possible partnership between that and Tesla. Um, a lot of bullish news about him opening up something in India as well. Let's see. Right here. Tesla reportedly in discussion to establish a car factory in India. This is interesting. I didn't see this. NIO's unlikely ally. How Tesla could turn the tables for NIO stock. I will come back to that. Right now, let's just kind of watch the price action. Good morning, Moon. How are you doing? Rough day yesterday. Yeah. I mean, it was definitely choppy. Was it a rough day for you in terms of trading? Like you got into a bad trade or something? I mean, Tesla overall was. I mean, we were up in the pre-market and we pulled back, and so we still ended up higher than the previous day. We closed higher than the previous day, but yeah, it was definitely a lot of chop. It was annoying. I don't see a lot of negative news for Tesla, so we'll see how we do next video. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like um, I'm not too sure about how I feel about the earnings. Right? I mean, maybe all of this is this chop is setting us up for a nice push during earnings. From the technical perspective, I mean, obviously, fundamentally, we'll see when their numbers come out and whether or not stocks are pushing out. But from the technicals, it's hard to understand what's really going on. Even the wave count is not 100% clear, um, so we'll have to see. Good morning, Love Never Fails. Good morning, Yelton. My mic is a bit choppy this morning. Let's see. Try to fix it. How's this? This a little better? Mic check. Mic check. 1 2. Is this a little better, Sunny Ann? I kind of adjusted the microphone. How you guys doing today, Yelton? Love never fails. What do you guys think about Fed data and overall market, and then all the news about Elon and Tesla? How you guys feeling about Tesla's chances next week with the earnings? He'll say I'm upset with the trading society. Why not Meta or others? Seems Tesla is on someone's list to get at. Um, I know Tesla. I mean, we know that Tesla's being shorted, right? And again, uh, maybe there's just people that just don't like Elon and they just want to short Tesla and you know, like, like Bill Gates. Maybe there's a bunch of Bill Gates out there that just don't like Elon, don't like what he stands for, and they're gonna get at him by shorting Tesla. Maybe there's people that just find the fundamentals of it's just overvalued and they're shorting it that way because they really believe that Tesla is not a $274 a share company. Uh, I don't know, but definitely being shorted a lot. What's the news about Elon and Tesla using his next AI company? Yeah, so we talked about that yesterday. I think Sunny Ann brought it up first because I didn't hear about it till Sunny Ann mentioned it. I think that's pretty big, honestly. And I did read a report afterwards about how he's going to use that and integrate that with Tesla. So I think it will have a positive effect on Tesla. And it would be interesting to see how much he mentions that, or if he mentions it at all. Um, you know, next week. The whole market for now is in positive mood, but that can slow down as earnings start pouring in from different companies. I agree with you. Right now, it's a little bit of a like the market overall is definitely holding strong, definitely pushing up. We got past this week with the CPI and today the PPI data, so it's looking pretty decent. But from the technicals, I would still be slightly worried if we are forming like some sort of end diagonal. If we start to see this divergence um, continue over here. Let's look on a large time frame for SPY. SPY. Yeah, we might have a little bit of a bearish divergence forming here, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on the market overall. But as of right now, yeah, I think we could definitely hit um, 4,500, possibly 4,600 on the SPX. This surely isn't a Carvana episode issue. This red is a sell-off that throughout the day against sideways all day. I mean, again, it could just be because of the earnings. Earnings is coming out, so there's a lot of people selling because, I mean, if we really think about it, guys, right? And I'll just to play like devil's advocate a little bit. Not to say that there isn't manipulation going on. I'm sure there is to some extent, but we've had a very impressive run, right? And at some point, the stock is going to get exhausted, right? And it's just going to need to correct for a little bit. So if you just look at the overall move, I'm sure there's like big funds and everything, right? Including Cathy Woods, who basically got in down here at 150, and they rode this entire play all the way up over here, and there's definitely profit taking, right? So again, I saw an article where she just took out some more. So I think that's due to the uncertainty, right? She owes a responsibility to her shareholders or her constituencies, like who she works for. So there's got to be some profit taking. But I mean, I'm sure some of it is people profit taking, some of it is shorts. It's up to a level now, like where it's high enough where there's probably just enough supply over here, right? So we're hitting a supply zone, and we can't break past it. There's a lot of sellers up here who think that over here the stock is high, and they want to short it. Earnings is a week plus out 6 days. Earnings is I mean is yeah, it is 6 days out, but it's kind of like undecided, sort of like you know which way we're gonna go, and then also like I said, we're pretty high up here, close to $300. Like what I mean, there is a bullish thesis, right, which is why we're all on Tesla, but I'm an equally decent argument I'm sure could be made on the bearish side, whether you're looking at it from a technical standpoint or a fundamental standpoint. So we'll see. Please help me to understand, but based on the last few days, do we not have a bull flag forming now? Does this match your wave theory as well? We do have a bull flag. We do have a bull flag, and we broke out of that bull flag yesterday. So we'll see if we can get the follow through, right? Um, we have this bull flag right here. Right, so this is the zoomed out 4 hour chart. You can see um, from that 239 bounce, we ended up forming this pole, and all this consolidation and this pullback right here basically gave us this flag. We broke out of it yesterday, and then we came back to retest it, right? So we broke out, retested, and I would be expecting a nice move up here for another wave up. So it does align with my wave count. I mean, I have two wave counts to be honest with. Not two. There's a couple of different counts that we go with, and this is actually my more bullish count. But even my less bullish count, I still kind of allow room for another wave higher. So we'll see. I do think we should have another push up, but I will actually at some point have to start sharing like the bearish cases with you guys as well. I know we're all I think for the most part we're all bulls in here on Tesla at this moment in time, if not definitely long term. But I think there could be a case made for a bullish count and sorry, a bearish count. And what I mean by that is not to say that the stock is going to tank, um, but a short-term bearish count where the stock can actually pull back a little bit and come back down to that 250 area, accumulate, right? Because we have like heavy demand in this area, and then start the next rally higher. So again, it's actually bullish long term, and probably more bullish long term um, if we were to pull back now and accumulate before going higher, because that would give us like a 1-2-1-2 count as opposed to 1-2-3-4-5. But in other words, the third wave would just be a more extended move, but that would involve a deeper retracement right now, which could be one of the reasons why like Kathy Woods and all them are getting out. It's not that they have gone bearish on Tesla, is that they're probably just trying to maximize their play, right? So if they sell over here, wait for a little bit of a retracement back down to 250, and then buy back in, um, a lot stronger, and then play the next rally up. So there is a case to be made for this, and I'll go over that count with you guys later today. But I think a lot of people just don't, like myself included. I would rather not see that because I would like to just see the push to 300 now. Personally, I have to make sure that I don't allow my bias to get in the way because I don't know how you guys are playing it, but if you're playing shares, I would not be worried at all. Personally, if you're like a shareholder, I personally would not be worried at all. But it's obviously when you're dealing with calls, and you have an expiration date, you have data to deal with an IV. We would rather see the push to 300 now. So it's sort of what it is right now. What do you think the wave count will be today? Are you seeing where the pullback market seems very green overall? Yeah, the market seems to be pushing. Let's take a look at SPY at 448. Triple Q is around 376, right? And triple Q. we have the wave count also like drawn up over here. So I do see more upside on the triple Q, right? So tech should be running and rallying. Take a look at Nvidia. I think I have it up there somewhere. This is Amazon. Amazon is up $3 for the day. Nvidia is up $10 for the day. So Nvidia is making that strong move that we were talking about a couple of days ago, right? It's at 450 now. So again, it's all-time highs. Easily could hit 500, 550 in my opinion. Um, so yeah, the overall market is running. Why is Tesla still lagging behind? I don't know. Tesla is definitely still lagging. But am I seeing further pullback? Again, I think that we should make a decent push back up to like 277, 280, based off of this wave count that I have over here, right? In the smaller time frame, I believe this is a leading diagonal playing out. Um, so it's basically each wave is made of three waves, but we'll see. We'll see. It's pulling back right now and definitely diverging from the market. I don't know if it's being shorted more right now or it's just more profit taking and not because people are uncertain about earnings. I really don't know the reason, but the price action is pulling back. It hasn't invalidated the discount yet, so I'm not worried about it in that sense. But it's definitely moving a little slower. If this count is to play out, then we should essentially reach 277 to 280 before we come back and break this low. Right, so we will come back and retest this right as a correction. But if this count is correct and we have this fifth wave up, we should get something like this is a first wave up over here. Right, right. We should get a first wave up here, second wave retracement, and another move up to possibly like 277. There are many small caps with terrible data that shows sell, 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 and they have runs of green and reached highs today. This has been a trend all through pandemic and got worse. Netflix is pulling back. Check out Netflix. But for whatever reason, I really don't think there's a couple of stocks that I don't know why I've just never really paid attention to. Netflix is one of them. I don't know why I've never really watched Netflix like that. I mean, I think at one point I tried to do a count on them and I couldn't quite get it. This is a weekly chart. Let's go to an hour. Had a little bit of pullback there. Yep, stand up. Netflix is new. Two, three, four, five. I don't think this count is correct. It's probably one, two, three, four, five. One, two right here. Now it's starting another move higher. I thought Tesla and Nvidia would move together. Um, yeah. I mean, there's been times where Tesla's rallied and Netflix was correcting. I mean, Netflix is just. I'm sorry, not Netflix. Nvidia. Nvidia is just kind of like way ahead of everybody. That's why even for the past few weeks, while Nvidia has been sideways correcting and stuff, um, you know, it didn't really matter because it's already ran up so much. Like over here, after we had their earnings, and we basically just corrected sideways, right? This is a daily chart, so you guys can see This was a lot of sideways chop for Nvidia, but then again we form that bull flag and then we break out, and then again sideways chop, right? Annoying, but you form kind of like a flag and you break out. So let's see if Tesla ends up doing something similar, right? On a smaller time frame, we have this flag forming right here. So let's see if we break out of it, and then on a larger time frame, we have this whole flag that we broke out of uh, technically yesterday, and we broke out, came back to retest. So let's see if we can get out of this larger bull flag. Hey, good morning, Javon. How are you doing? We're over here trying to figure out why Tesla is not running with the rest of the market. Tesla is being boring compared to the other stocks. I agree. I don't know why it's so feels like it's being held down. It's just not it's just not running like everything else is. Like Nvidia is just out there just running. Um, I mean, just the market overall. The market overall is pushing, and Triple Q is pushing. Palantir, Palantir is looking a Palantir is not doing anything crazy. This is Amazon. Amazon's up $3 for the day. So the rest of the market is pushing. Tesla, I just feel like it's just lagging. I don't think it's not gonna make a push, but I think it's just lagging. I think it just has a little bit of extra pressure on it from shorts, and then also the fact that people are profit taking due to the uncertainty of earnings. You close your position for a loss. Oh, that was the trade that you got in early yesterday. Focusing on Tesla on my edge, but well, definitely don't have FOMO. It's good that you're recognizing that it is FOMO, because once you recognize it's FOMO, then you know to stay away from it. Just you could definitely follow something along, right? Like and you know it doesn't have to be Tesla. You can just follow a play. Don't get in just for the sake of getting in, but if you find a decent technical indicator, right? If you see a breakout at a key level, like for example, if you were to take a look at Nvidia, let's go to the 5 minute chart. I mean, we're already at all-time highs, right? So you're not going to find any key levels to really break at this point because there are no key levels. This is an all-time high we just hit. So what you can look for are once this retracement pulls back, then you can draw your your key level lines. If you're, I mean, I don't know how you're playing. If you're playing for a scalp or if you're playing for day trades, if you're trying to swing trade. But in terms of scalping, just draw your key levels, look for good entries and strong volume, and play breakouts or breakdowns. Overstock on cars inventory prices will have to get lower to sell. How will this affect Tesla price? I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's definitely because of the earnings. In my opinion, love never fails. Why it's kind of lagging. Slowly, as recession inflation fears subside, new money sitting on the sidelines would start coming back into the market, which may be happening only at a small level now. Until that happens, we may see rotation from tech to small caps to others in the back. That's a good point, Moonji. That's a good point. I think that's exactly correct. Like as those fears reside, then money that's just been on the sidelines, people that have just been sitting on cash, sitting on their hands, waiting for this data to kind of like be over, are now looking for opportunities to come in. And I think we can. I think we can still expect people to. I think what's scaring people is that Tesla new money, right, who are not already in this play, are probably looking at it and thinking it's ran so much, it's not going to run more, it's going to pull back. So for them, they're looking at it and it's not a good place to buy, right? Like because if you look at this rally, uh, we rallied more than $120 in how many months? This happened in April, end of April, basically May, and we're in July now. So May, June, like about 2.5 months, we rallied from 150 to $270. So probably the people just waiting for a better buying opportunity, right? So which is why if it does pull back a little bit more, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? So um, in a move like this, right, and you guys can see this is our support line right here that we've been bouncing off of, and again we have our 21 EMA and all that. When you're in an uptrend like this, pullbacks are good, right? As long as the general uptrend is not broken and the pullbacks come back, those are really just buying opportunities. Those are areas where new buyers will step in. So sometimes the pullbacks are needed, right? When you're kind of like getting exhausted, when the play is starting to get exhausted, those pullbacks happen, and new buyers come in and give the stock a boost, right? So as long as the overall trend is not broken, you just continue to ride the trend. Is Tesla manipulated compared to other stock? I don't. I really don't know. I mean, that seems to be the consensus. Like, I think Yeltsin speaks on that a lot. Yeltsin really probably has better info on that than me. I mean, I know it's shorted a lot, but is that if that those shorts are man- manipulation or it's like legitimate hedge funds who believe that the stock is overvalued given their own research and analysis based off of fundamentals or whatever the case is, and that's the reason why they're taking those short positions. I don't know. I really can't say. But again, guys, shorting, there's nothing wrong with shorting. Shorting is like we as retailers, we go short. If we think that the stock is going to go down, we will buy puts or we will sell shares short, and then we'll buy back at a lower price. It's just part of the overall market. So there's nothing intrinsically wrong with shorting, but manipulation, I'm not really sure uh, what exactly we mean by manipulation. Right? Like, how is it being manipulated? Again, I'm not saying this because I disagree with you guys. I'm just asking to so this way I can learn more. Right? I mean, I know there's a lot of like shady practices that happen, right, and things like that. But that's with any industry, and that's with anything, in my opinion. But I think in general, the good players outnumber the bad players. But maybe I'm just too much of an optimist. Analysts are downgrading and upgrading the stock in the same breath. Right, and that's because there's people have different takes on it. Based off of like I'll give you guys a perfect example. Um, in terms of technical analysis, right? Two people can look at a chart, even using the same strategy, like Elliott Wave, right? We can look at this, and I'll be Elliott Wave, the Elliottician number one, and they'll be Elliottician number two, and I'll see this as a bullish count, and they'll see it as a bearish count. They'll take a look at this whole move and see this not as a one, two. They'll, I see this as a one, two, three, four, five, and they see this as a B, C, and then from there we're going to get a pullback, a five-way move down. So even in technical analysis, no analysts, no two analysts have the same view, or I shouldn't say that, but what I mean is like a lot of it is subjectivity. A lot of it, it is a science, but there's also an arts to it as well, which kind of allows people to have different takes on it. So there's some people who are very bullish on Tesla. There's some people who are very bearish. If it was as clear, cut, and simple as you know, um, it was really just one sided. I think everybody would just be out here just making money on it. But I don't know. I think there is a bearish case that could be made from the technicals as well. My bias personally, I'm slightly more in favor of the bullish interpretation. Overvalued. Tesla was never this manipulated pre-pandemic or even 2021 early. So, so speak on it, Yelton. I mean, like, let me know a little bit more because I don't know enough about the manipulation tactics and stuff like that. I approach the market from a strictly technical analysis based off what I see happening in the price action. That's my edge. But I would be curious to know like what exactly is going on, kind of like behind the scenes. I mean, I know like there's like dark pools and things like that, but I don't know enough about it. The fact that Tesla has not met its 52 weeks high compared to the other stock, uh, agreed. Which is why I think that Tesla does have more upside in it. It just hasn't gotten there yet. All like Apple and Microsoft, Nvidia, all these things are making all-time highs. Tesla's not there, but it's not there yet, right? And I feel like there, I feel like it will get there. Me personally, I feel like it will get there. Um, it's it's just lagging, and there could be a bunch of different reasons for that. Was it 2007 the anti-shorting was enforced? Um, what do you mean by anti-shorting? Like you're not allowed to short a stock? I mean, I know there's like naked shorts where you're not allowed to. I think uh, short a stock if you don't have the shares. Right, that's naked shorting from what I understand. But I know there's all kinds of loopholes and stuff around that as well, right? The very little that I do know is based off of when the whole AMC GameStop saga was happening. I was trying to like learn a little bit about it, but the rabbit hole just went so deep that at some point I was just like, this is it a it's just it's too much to like really know. And even if I was watching like interviews with people from like SEC and all this stuff and the regulators and stuff, and they didn't even have answers. Like they didn't even have answers like on all the dark pools and the naked shorting and things like that. So I'm like, well, if you know me knowing about it, um, and not being able to do anything about it, if they can't even do anything about it, like it doesn't like really benefit me at that point to just sit there and complain about it. Like it's like if I think the market is rigged and manipulated, then there's no reason for me to participate in the market. You know, I mean that's my view on it. Like if I go into a game, a sport game, and I know that the ref is paid off by the other team, and I still decide to participate in it, and then I lose, like I can't try foul after the fact. Like so that's my opinion. It might not be a popular opinion, but I'm participating in the market. So at some point, like if I'm not going to complain when I'm winning, I'm not going to complain when I'm losing. Me personally, I didn't complain the entire time that Tesla was on this run, right? So I mean, when I got in over here and I was riding this whole wave up, I wasn't complaining. So I'm not going to just complain now if all of a sudden it's not moving as high as I would like it to, which it's not. It's not. I do expect, or I do believe based off of my technical analysis, it should get to 314. But the market has no reason to just do what I think, or what it has no right. Sorry, it has no obligation to just you know, do what my technical analysis says. This is quite strange as Tesla pumped the whole overnight in pre-market, but as soon as market opens, it's selling off. Not sure if market makers are trying to trap retail, trying to understand the flow. Yeah, I mean that's definitely it's a good point. I'm sure there's definitely like market makers are getting paid by making sure our calls and our puts and stuff are not in the money, right? So they want to continue to do that as much as possible. And so sure there is that level of manipulation, but um, I, I personally don't understand the flow myself. We've taken note of the fact that this thing definitely pushes in the pre-market, and again, why that is, I'm really not too sure why it is in the pre-market. Like again, my best guess was that big money or smart money is placing their trades, whether they're buying or selling, like in the pre-markets and the after hours, and that's why, right? Because doing it in like heavy volume, so they affect the stock a lot more at those times. But I don't know why the sell-offs happen during the day. It's definitely strange. Big meaningful manipulation is easier only on thinly traded stocks. It is difficult on heavily traded stocks like Tesla. I agree with that, Moonji. I agree. Like again, I'm not saying that it can't be in some way, somehow, some manner manipulated that we as regular retail investors aren't aware of. But you know, on a huge stock like Tesla with that much volume, and it's hard to see something that could be that easily manipulated. Um, and while you still have like big players and stuff like uh, you know big investment funds like ARK and stuff like who are so bullish on Tesla and like I just I can't see how both of those narratives fit together. Is there a platform that offers pre-market trading for options? Uh, I remember reading. I know that my platform doesn't. I use TradeStation and I use TD Ameritrade, and they don't. But I remember reading somewhere that they were going to start allowing that, like in pre-market and after hours, like options trading. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. And I know Robinhood recently just did this thing where you can see how the price is moving like 24 hours, like not even like the after hours and pre-market. I don't use Robinhood, so I'm not too familiar with it, but I think they are trying to push for that. Or I think some platforms out there are trying to come with 24-hour option trading or something like that. So I'm not too sure. Are you guys aware of any platform that does that or has started to allow that? So we've kind of like effectively broken this support level right now. Well, not necessarily because we've come back and bounced back, but we're below our support right now. So if we close and we get confirmation below this, then we're gonna have to look at that next support around 270. Below our EMAs, below and this is on the 15-minute chart. On the 5-minute chart is probably not looking too hot, but we're close to being oversold on the RSI on the 5-minute. Got this nice um, hammer candle right here. I use Robinhood, but no options after hours. Only buy and sell on certain stocks. Hmm. Yeah, I remember reading that a couple of platforms were I don't know like lobbying for that to for them to allow that options trading in after hours and pre market, but I'm not aware that any has actually. done that yet. We take a look at some other stocks. Nvidia again forming a little bit of a bull flag over here. Uh, our is now still running. Our pulled back around 17. It hit $18. I'm gonna try to look at Mara also. So right now it's doing like a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once it finishes this wave up, I'm gonna look for a retrace on Mara and probably play Mara. Um, that's another one I'm looking at. Uh, so this way I have something in kind of like that crypto sector if Bitcoin makes the run that I believe it's going to make. And then again, Neo or Rivian, I kind of like them both in terms of the charts. Again, for these, I'm gonna wait for the retrace to happen. I'll miss this initial run, right, where it could get to like let's say potentially 14, $15. Um, but then there should be a decent pullback back to the $9, $10 range, and that's when I'll probably look to get in. That's the pulling a bit back on the 272. Where are we expecting a bounce? Right now, so we broke that support level. I would say possibly around the 270 area where we had support. It was a previous support, but let's see if we can make another support line over here. We didn't really need it yesterday. Probably have support around this 270, 150, I would say. Um, and possibly before that, around this area, around 270, you can say 270, 190, 271, 85. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The way that Tesla is moving right now, it's very tricky to really get a gauge on even its wave count because it'll be impulsive in one direction and then and choppy in the other, and then it'll switch, and then like it'll look more impulsive to the downside and choppy to the upside. So it's what that tells me, and also with the low volume, is that uh, well, this whole area was for sure in my mind a corrected move, and I figured at this point we were starting to move up, right? You can see the 1, 2, 3, 4, um, but this four could possibly still be playing out right here. And it's just a slightly longer four, which could make sense, and then we could get the move up. So um, this would be our W, this would be our X, and this would be our Y move. So that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Possibly we pull back down to that 270 area before we bounce. But then, all right. So while this is happening, like let's kind of just go over a couple of different scenarios. We'll go over like the bullish scenario, the bearish scenario in terms of the wave count, and the even more bullish scenario that I have. So actually, let's go to go to this chart. It's not working. Tesla. Right, so this is our daily chart, right? So this is actually very important to understand, in my opinion. So I'll try my best to explain it, right? So some key things that we know, right? We're basically again at this channel top has provided us a lot of resistance, right, within this 1-2 channel. Okay? So that's one form of resistance. The other form of resistance was this descending level of resistance, which we had from multiple touch points going all the way back to 2021, right? Rejected, rejected, rejected. First time we came to touch it, we rejected it. We've effectively broken over that now, right? So we broke above that level, and now we're coming back to test it and bounce above it. So we're above it right now, so that's good. All right. Now, in terms of the wave count, we have some drawings that's all over the place. Let me know, guys, if anything exciting is happening currently. But in the meantime, if you guys want to just kind of understand how I'm looking at it in terms of its wave counts. Um, so there's a couple of different scenarios, right? So first scenario is, well, when we had this move down here, right? We were basically looking at either a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or we were looking at an A, B, C, right? So this move right here could have been an A, B, and a C right here, and then we would go back lower. Once we broke past like this, like two, like $50, $60 area, I was pretty much convinced that we were not having an A, B, C, right? Because it's too extended of a move. Let me use my highlighter. All right, so either this was a B, and a C, or it was a 1, 2, uh, or it was an impulsive move, right? So I went with the idea that it's an impulsive move because it's super extended, right? Now, with this being an impulsive move, we're essentially looking for a 5-wave count. So here's our first wave, here's our second wave. We're in this third wave, then we're looking for a fourth wave, and then a fifth wave, right? So that's long term. I think we will get to that 414 area if this is playing out, right? The question really is just how far can this third wave get before we get the fourth wave correction? We don't want to be in it, in my opinion, um, for a fourth wave, unless you have like leaps or something, right? Because once this third wave corrects, this correction is going to be super long. Like this took us about 2.5 months. This move, right? And a fourth wave is usually corrects a lot longer than a second wave. So you're looking at a very choppy like month or two, right? Sideways action, or even a deeper retrace. So we don't want to be in this move, this fourth wave move. So the real question to ask is, when is this third wave going to be over so we could get out, right? If we are long Tesla, um, when could we get out to avoid that fourth wave move? And I think that's probably not from the Elliott Wave perspective, but from another perspective, that's kind of like what Kathy Woods and some of these other like people who are pulling out right now is. It's not that they're bearish Tesla long term. It's that they know at some point a correction is coming, and they want to just avoid that whole thing. So they'll get out now, let that correction play out, and get back in. Whether it pulls back deeper, or whether it goes sideways for a little bit, they'll wait for the correction to be done, and then they'll go long from that point, right? So that's kind of like key as to what I'm looking at right now is, when is this move going to be over? So that's why the different count scenarios that I have right now are pretty important to see how they play out. Because if this is a third wave in and of itself, it should go to a minimum of 161.8% extension of this move, right? So that would take us to about $340 if we were to just measure that out. Black for you guys. All right, so that would take us to this 341 level. Now, will we get there? Even if we get to this 314, which I think is going to provide us some decent resistance, um, if it gets to 314, I'm most likely going to cash out the rest of my position, right? But even if the possibility exists that we go to 340, because I don't know if I want to take that risk. But if it goes to 314, then this kind of changes the bigger picture scenario, right? Because if the third wave should be 161.8% extension, what it could be playing out again, and I've mentioned this before, is a more bullish scenario. Although it calls for in the short term, it calls for a stronger retracement. Is that we're not getting a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're getting a 1, 2, 1, 2, right? And effectively, what that means is that our third wave is going to be an extended wave, uh, and it would actually take our third wave a lot higher. But in the short term, what would happen is that we would get a 1, 2, right? Here's our original one, here's our original two, and then we get the first of our third wave up here, then a strong third wave, then a fourth wave, and then a fifth wave to complete this third. Then we would get our macro fourth, and then the last fifth wave, right? So this scenario is actually more bullish long term, but it would call for a deeper retracement right now. So if we don't get to 340, right, um, this is what I think is playing out, a 1, 2, 1, 2. Of course, there is the possibility that what could happen is that we just get a somewhat shorter third wave and then we get an extended fifth wave. That's also possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then our fifth wave is our extended wave. So those are the three uh, scenarios that I'm really looking at, and all of them are technically bullish because they're all long-term bullish. But they would all count for different retracement levels, right? So and when the retracement is coming, right? So that's kind of like the bigger picture that I just I hope that I'm kind of explaining to you guys as well as I can. So this way we're aware, right? So now where are our resistances? Again, we broke this one strong resistance, which was the descending level of resistance. We broke that. We're still technically within this channel, though. So I would like to see us break out of this channel. And if we could break out of this channel effectively, then I think we are going to 314. And then 314 will be a resistance, because that's our triple top resistance. And if we could break 314, then I would uh, basically think that we're going to around that 340 area. So um, I think we have one stage down, which is this resistance. We broke above that. Now, if we could get out of this channel, I think we could resume the bullish path. But until then, I think we're going to see a little chop around this area because it is a decently strong resistance. So it's kind of the bigger picture of what I'm looking at. I hope that made sense for you guys. I'm hoping to get in a call at 270. Okay. Let's see. See, we're holding decently at 272 right now. Exactly about when is that fourth wave and when can we get out first 100%? How will we know? So uh, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, that's the hard part of is like knowing are we done. So that's kind of like where the micro count comes in, right? Of this move, because um, if this micro count is done, and we'll look at it in terms of the micro, then we should expect the pullback now, even, right? If this micro count is done. In other words, if this third wave we can count 5 waves in it completed, then I would say, all right, it's done, and most likely the situation is a 1, 2, 1, 2, and then we would expect not a fourth wave pullback, but actually a second wave pullback, which would be a deep retracement, right? But the question is this done, or is there more room for this? And I have a couple of different counts as we just broke 272. We're at 271.44 right now. Um, I have a couple of different counts, so we're gonna have to see how which one plays out. But basically, um, this is the more bullish count. This is the count that would take us to 340, right? So leaving that one aside for now because that is, you know, we gotta kind of like take it one step at a time. Uh, Let me hide that count, and I'll show you the some of the other counts. Uh, two. All right, so this is the second count, basically, right? So that we had our first wave, our second wave, we had this third wave, our fourth, and then we're looking to complete the fifth, or we've already completed the fifth. Now, this is um, why it's actually very important to know whether or not we've completed this. Because if we've completed this fifth wave move over here, right, at this top at 284, then we should be then effectively we're going to break down over here and just start retracing right away. Um, Now the only reason why I don't think that we've done that is because this doesn't look like five waves to me, right? So this wave should also be made up of five waves, and I can't count five waves. I count three waves over here, and then I could count this as three waves. And then I'm looking to see if we get a three-wave move here, another three-wave move, and then another three-wave move, which would give us a ending diagonal play right here. And then from there, we could look to sell off, right? So it's kind of hard, honestly. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not this move is done, right? Technically, from a zoomed out perspective, I could count five waves, right? I could count just looking at it like this. You could count um, one, two, three, four, five. So you can look at it and say that the move is done, and we're gonna go lower now. But when you zoom into this right here, the internals of this don't add up, right? The internals of this don't add up, in my opinion, to a five wave count. So it's hard for me to say that this move is done. 523 to 6/20/23, the news wasn't any different to affect pricing as upward trend didn't have the push we have now, but compared to end of June and the rest of July on, it's terrible as the push is not moving. The only thing different is we are closer to earnings. Where are we on push line this morning? 270-ish? Yeah, we're looking like we're pulling back that 270 area. Let's let's see. And again, like this, that's kind of like where I have the where this Y wave could be finishing for this fourth, and then we could get another bounce. Right, so yeah, we're one, two, three, four, and then five. Right, so we're looking for all of these to be subdivided into three wave moves. So uh, you got your first wave. What we call it? Your first wave made up of three waves. Your second wave made up of three waves. Your third wave made up of three waves, and then this is your fourth wave made up of three waves. And then let's see if we come back with the fifth wave move made up of three waves as well to bring us back to that 277 to 280 area. Is the overall market pulling back a little bit too right now? Not really. Not really. Slightly. All right. This I'm actually on a 4 hour chart, so let's take a look at it. 5 minute chart on the SPY. A little bit of a pullback, but nothing strong. Nothing like Tesla. Take a look at Nvidia. Nvidia pulled back a little bit. Must be Triple Q pulled back. Let's, a little bit of pullback on the Triple Q. Let's see if we found some decent support over here. So this is no longer a valid support right now. It's most likely going to act as a resistance. We'll just get rid of it for now. Tesla keeps doing what it's doing by the basement dwellers. Elon will have to sell Twitter to redesign Cybertruck. These stocks are weak. AMD, Tesla, Neo. Rest are still going up with market. Pullback of Tesla to 240 is better buy long term. Um, yeah, I mean, if it could pull back to 240, I think uh, that's where there definitely be a lot of buyers. A lot of buyers would definitely come in over there. From technicals, I mean, you could take a look at it and see like, okay, we still have to fill the rest of this gap around 240 area. So it's not it's definitely an area where so right a gap like that really it's just like there was such strong demand that pushed us up, right? So the idea is that we come back into this area, it would act as a demand zone and we would bounce back with a lot more buyers, right? Like think about it. There's people basically who are looking at this like, oh man, I should have got in at Tesla when it was 240, it was 220. So if we come back down to those levels, obviously with the analyst upgrades, basically upgrading this to 300, there's going to be people who think like, okay, that's a steal. Like the idea is to buy low and sell high, right? Or buy high and sell higher. So if it gets back down to 240 for a long term buy, I think that's a solid buy. Uh, SPY itself shows the moving segments where Tesla is on tilt or routing. I think earnings may give some clarity on which direction Tesla will head. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like why I feel like this choppiness is like this choppiness on Tesla right now. There's not much for it really until earnings comes next week, and then we'll basically see which path it's going to take. In my mind, I have both of those paths drawn up in the Elliott wave counts. Right, I have the bearish count drawn up, and I have the bullish count drawn up. But it's kind of like just sitting like at the fork in the road, and we have to decide which path it's going to take. And once it takes that path, like I'll know in my mind kind of like where to play it. But right now, it's kind of like just in the middle. It's just chopping and it's not showing me which way it's going. Uh, it may start the bigger fourth wave down. Wait, I missed. I think it may start the bigger fourth wave down. Cost averaging for those that didn't get earlier. Or earning may kick the second down of the 1-2-1-2 you were talking about. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But also it could just the bullish count that I have even for this could take this to 340 is basically a much more extended move, and it could kickstart it all the way up to like 300 314s on earnings. So it's like the risk is there. It's like, do you play the earnings or do you not? It's really kind of at a point where uh, I was hoping for a little bit of clarity before earnings, right? So this way I know whether or not to stay in or not. So that's what I'm still hoping for, like between today and what is it, next Wednesday, to get a little bit of clarity on which way I think it's going, right? Um, but again, guys, like the most important thing then, in my opinion, I don't know what your guys' positions are, is just make sure you guys uh, use proper risk management. You guys hedge your risks or whatever you guys need to do because I like full disclosure, I got into play relatively early, and on the way up, I continued to secure profits, right? So honestly, maybe what I'll do is when earnings comes, I'll probably just leave a few runners on there and take a chance with it, But otherwise, I'm not I'm not full risk on, right? Like that would be, in my opinion, that would just be just bad trading, just be foolish. To just go on a whim and hope. I mean, if you get lucky, you get lucky, but if you don't, then it can really hurt. So I think whenever you're faced with uncertainty, the most important thing is to just make sure your risk is properly managed. If Tesla's at 190 before earnings, we may be back to 250 by earnings. Oh, I don't think Tesla's going to 190 before earnings. You think Tesla's going to 190 by Wednesday? I think buyers would step in way before it got down to 190. But I mean, I could be wrong. In any case, 240 to 250 may be a good thing. I think the long term 240 to 250 is a good thing. Uh, that's where buyers would step in, people who miss out on the play, people average down, long term investors. Kathy Woods would definitely be all in again, at 240 to 250. But again, for people who are in the play right now, including myself, I would rather see it go to 300 now and then pull back. But you got to be prepared for both scenarios. For us to run during the rest of the year to cross into 300s and retest all-time under 400. Yeah, 240 to 250 would, I think, be needed for that. Right. So even if we were to go to 300 right now, I think we would still get that pullback. If not down to 240, 250, then maybe like back down to where we are right now, around 270, 260. And you need that in order to go out higher. Can you draw out those two paths? The it's the paths that I kind of like showed you guys earlier. Right? So uh, my drawings are really bad right now, so I apologize. But I essentially the paths are I'll draw it out with the arrows. Right. So the paths are basically, let's say, a one, two, we'll say uh, three, four, five. Start bigger. Right. So we'll do this in blue. Right. So that's the really nice bullish path. Right? This would probably take us to a much longer sideways correction, and then this. Uh, right. So this is something like this is the the bullish path where we like let's say earnings is a hit, and we just break right past through and we go to like this 340 area, and then we'll pull back for a fourth, and then which could take us about a couple months to correct, could go lower, and then we push higher for all-time highs towards the end of the year, right? Uh, so that's one scenario. The other scenario is, and this is just a basic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then after this move, you would get a 4 or 5, then you would get another strong pullback, right? The other scenario is that we do a 1, 2, 3. We pull back. Sorry, 1, 2, 1, 2, and we could pull back anywhere to this area to fill these gaps, and then we do a stronger third wave move like that. And so this would long term make the move much more much more bullish, honestly, in my opinion, right? Because then this is our third wave move over here in the middle, which is made up of 5 waves, right? So this whole thing then would be our third wave move, right? You can see the orange 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would be just basically an extended third wave move. The third is um, it made up of 5 waves itself, but you could see how in the short term that would hurt us because if whoever's in calls right now, it would hurt us because you're going to still get this move right here, right? So you don't want to be in there for that pullback. So what you could take profits now, wait for this thing to pull back, and then go back in long from here, and then I think we will end up passing Meta, passing Amazon, passing Nvidia, even in my opinion, if this is the move that plays out. So uh, I think long-term investors would prefer this move, right? And I think long-term investors don't have anything to worry about. If you're sitting on shares at, like this $100 level or even down at 150, I think you could sit pretty pretty well, and you just average down, right? If this pullback, you just add to your position. But people who are playing calls and options, I think you know we're in a tough spot right here because do we do you take that chance during earnings for us to push higher for this third right now, um, or do we take the chance that we're going to pull back over here again? This move over here could possibly be complete already if we look at it in terms of the micro, right? If the micro count wasn't as if this was a little bit more clear to me, I think I would have a better picture. But this count right here is a little bit confusing, which is making the bigger picture confusing, right? If I look at the micro count on this move and I only saw like three waves and or um, the, if I only saw three waves over here, I'd be like, okay, we have another fourth and a fifth to go, so we're most likely going to get this move to play out higher to 340. But this looks like it could be counted already in five waves, um, which is making me think that this might play out. So uh, I don't know. It's pretty tough right now. We have a couple of resistances. The way that it's moving right now, though, it does look resilient. It does look like it's holding. Um, it's basically been at this level for more than 2 weeks now. So it's not like it's free falling down either, right? It's not pushing up, but it's not free falling down either. So it's just in kind of like a no man's land, and just at the fork in the road, really. Um, All right, sorry I missed that. You guys' comments. Zoom out and look at the bigger picture of the last few days. It's still a gradual increase. Oh, 100%, 100%, right? So, uh, that's partly the reason why I'm still in the play is that we're still moving higher. We're still above our 21 EMA. We're still showing higher highs and higher lows. Um, so it's the trend is still bullish right now. So until the trend gets broken, you just play the trend, and the pullbacks are buying opportunities. The question really becomes whether when time is when working against you, right? So when you have time working against you, when you have expirations and stuff like that, can you afford to wait for these pullbacks, right? So that's really the issue, right? Again, if I was just a shareholder, I would not, me personally, I would not be sweating at all come earnings. Even if it pulls back, I would just use it as a buying opportunity. But unfortunately, I'm not playing shares right now, so I'm more in a position where uh, time is going to work against me, and I wouldn't want to hold if this scenario is playing out because it would just like eat up my contracts. Tesla's going through supports like butter. Sorry guys, I'm on a bigger picture. I'm missing this. Well, I mean, I kind of expected it to come down to 270, but let's see if it breaks 270 now on the downside. Looks like we got a meaningful bounce over here, right? Because we ended up getting a hammer pattern, and we're pushing back up. We went from oversold on the RSI to bouncing back up. So let's see. Let's see. I did kind of foresee us coming down to 270 once we were around this area. Tesla at 270 now. Yeah, you never know now with the basement dwellers hacking away at it. What's our support right now? It keeps tanking. Yeah, so right now, look for 270. A break of 270. We'll say 267 is our next strong support. While I am participating on this third wave last few months, wish I had bigger size to allow me to recover 2020 losses. Now I have to wait for 240, 250 to participate in a bigger gain. Yeah, I'm similar circumstance. Not that I have to recover or anything. So I mean I'm not sure your exact situation, but I do wish I went a little bit heavier, personally, um, uh, when I got in over here. But when I did get in at the time, um, at that time there was another scenario that was playing out. Uh, So there was a little bit more hesitancy at that time, right? So that uh, that scenario essentially alleviated itself. Like that situation is no longer the case, which is basically that this was an ABC to around the 260 area, and then we would pull back in five waves again. So I don't think that that situation is the case anymore. But that's something that I was looking at the time of being a possible scenario. So which is kind of why I didn't go in as heavy as you know, looking back now, I wish I did. This is when we went back to fill this gap, basically around the 260 area, and then the possibility was that we would have dropped down. So once we went past that area over here, when we hit the 161 extension, I was kind of sure that we were getting this. But yeah, I wish I went heavier myself. Now, I think the best way to play it, again, I've secured profits, so whatever I have now, like whatever I take a chance on earnings, um, it's kind of like effectively a calculated YOLO, for lack of a better term. Um, and then the rest, if we do end up getting the pullback, then I'll just go back in stronger over here after I can. Once I know that we're retracing, I'll just like measure the retracement and look for a key level for it to balance the support, probably around that 240, 250 area. 250 incoming. Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible that we pull back to 250 if this move is done. If this move is done right here, then that's exactly what will happen. I may trim my current position in the next day or so and wait for post earnings clarity. Yeah, I think so. I think that's it's a safer play in my opinion. Tesla Neo going down this morning. Neo going down a lot too. So Neo, that's kind of actually the buying opportunity that I was looking for on Neo. So we will see where Neo finishes at. Honestly, it might not be a bad idea to rotate into Neo, but Neo is not really going down too bad right now. In my opinion, still above that level. This isn't a major retracement. I actually think Neo might go a little bit higher before it does get a sharper retracement. And once it gets this sharper retracement, that's when I really want to play. Elon, wait till August effect. That's the falls post earnings 13 out of the last 15 quarters. Yeah, that is true, Dan. I do know that they have been falling, and not always like necessarily because their earnings are bad per se. It's just I'm not sure exactly. They're just not as good as expected, or they're just not as um, good as they could have been. Type of situation. Your small picture doesn't help the overall predictions. Look at volume increasing while it takes this much to lower price. What do you mean on this chart right here? Yeah, no, this isn't going to affect the overall picture. I mean, it's still either we have one more move playing up to the upside to get us to that 314 area, or we pull back from here. So it's like I said, it's really up to you guys and your risk management how you want to play it. Is it worth risking what you guys have right now to see if it can go to that 314 area, um, or is it not? That's something that you Yelton, you can have to decide for yourself. 271 seemed like a good support. 271 did, yeah, this 271 area right here. We got a nice reversal candle off of it. Right, this bullish reversal uh, hammer candle. So it's giving us a little bit of support. Volume's picking back up. RSI is climbing. Hopefully, we can get back above 50. We're above our 5 EMA. If we get above our 9 and get the crossover, it'll be nice. It'll be nice. And in terms of the wave count right here, um, this is where a fourth wave could definitely finish at. We can get a nice rally here to back to 277 this is in fact a legal dive right now. I'm holding long, just don't like the way legal or not that pricing is so manipulated. Shorts got their red in early, so hope rest of the day it will slowly move back to open numbers. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, for the Bulls, are you taking a trade into earnings? Yeah, so that's what I was just saying, Javon. I think what I will do is slim down my position a little bit more, and then just maybe leave one or two runners because I went in with multiple calls and I've been taking profits along the way. And I mean, because it's really so uncertain in my opinion, I don't think I want to leave too much on it. Like I'd rather miss the play than be in on the wrong side of the play. You know what I mean? So that's uh, that's like sort of my risk management on it. You know, if I pull out and the thing runs, like I'm okay with that, as opposed to if I stay in and it pulls back and then I end up losing profit that I already have. I'd rather leave some on the table than give back what I've got. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Because then, guys, again, it's like there's other plays in my opinion, right? It's like we see everything else running, right? We see everything else running like Nvidia. We see everything else running like Mara, and I think Neo is going to have a decent move. There's different sectors. Or if we think that the market is going to become bearish, right? If we think we're going to top out, like SPY is going to pull back around 450, 460, um, you know, you can always play. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about trading is that you're not tied to one side. I mean, that's how I look at it. I don't know. I feel like some people get into trading and then they just like become either emotionally attached to one side or one one ticker or whatever the case is, and I feel like that's a recipe for disaster. I feel like you know make the most that you can on a play, and then you get out, and then you find the next play, and then you make the most you can on that play. That's why if you're a long term investor, I get it. I understand why you guys are rooting for Tesla, and and the funny thing is that if you are a long term investor, then I don't think you have anything to be worried about because I think Tesla is going to be a monster in the future, even if it has a minor pullback here or there. So yeah, I mean that's what I think. I think I will pull out, um, leave a couple of maybe contracts open to as a calculated YOLO, and then shift either get back into Tesla if I see that there's more upside to it once that kind of clarification happens after earnings, or just find the next play. There are other plays out there. My 2 cents, it won't be 250 before earnings with only 42 million shorts. That was 5 minutes ago, buddy. No issue. I buy dips, but I think we won't see 250 before earnings. What about post earnings? 250 happen, and if there are surprises like margin going below 18% post earnings, post earnings meaning like if we were to run up and had good earnings, could we drop back down to 250? Yeah, I mean in terms of the waves, right? No matter which position we take, at some point there's going to be a retracement. So, in my opinion, like Tesla over here, uh, either way, you, if we take this play, right, it basically we're just gonna go higher for a little bit longer, and then we're gonna get the pullback. Will it go down to 250 at that point? Probably not, right? Because then the we would expect a 38% retracement, which would basically bring us down back to the 270 area. So I wouldn't if we could go to 340, I wouldn't expect us to come back down to 250. I would expect us to come back down to 270 based off of like the first retracements and stuff. Um, there's not enough negativity in the media to have this much of a drop, in my opinion. So basement dwellers have to be pushing buttons and borrowing more. There's not a bearish play on Tesla until it breaks the 21 EMA. it's not that there's not a bearish play. You could play like I mean even like when we reached 284 and we had this pullback. Those are bearish plays. But they're like there's like they're scalps or they are day trades. Like and me personally, I wouldn't feel comfortable trading it if I think that it's in a correction. But what I mean to say is that if it breaks the 21 EMA, then what we're effectively doing is basically going like we're breaking this trend, right? So I use the 21 EMA as well as just regular you know trend lines to basically let me know where the trend is. So right now we're still in this bull trend, right? You can see we run up, we come back to the trend, we bounce off of it, we run up, back, we bounce off of it, we run up, back, we bounce off of it. So effectively, I'm looking for another bounce off of this trend line to go higher. But now, if we break the trend line, now we know that the trend is kind of over, right? If we get a strong break, with confirmation, whether that's the trend line that we're using or whether that's the 21 EMA, right, which is our rising trend line, um, then basically this play is the trend is over, right, and now we'll probably be starting a downtrend. So that's kind of what I mean by the 21 EMA. Javon, good point. With the Tesla, it can move down fast too, like going up fast. In which case, it can break 21 EMA down in a day, say the day after earnings. Yeah, very true, very true. It definitely can. Um, which is why if it does break the, which is why for earnings, I'm kind of like me personally, I'm you know, de-risking, I guess you could say. I'm taking some off the table, and I'm only going to go into earnings with what I am comfortable losing, right, for my profits. So we have till like unless between now and earnings, right? Friday, Monday, Tuesday, um, I see a reasonable change in Tesla's price action. Like I see something else forming. But right now, with all this choppiness and with it just being in the middle, I'm hoping that it will give me some kind of clarity on uh, on which way it's going before the earnings. Like I'm hoping that the price action and the technicals and the wave count will sort of like give me clarity up until that point to help me make a better decision. Right now, it's kind of like I just need more data points. Also, I think that Tesla is going to fall at earnings then rise. Yeah, I mean it's definitely one of the scenarios that are on the table, and and if we wanted to make a stronger case for that, we could just make the case that you have this divergence playing out. Like the divergence is pretty clear, right? So from here, this third, this fifth, we made a higher high in price action, but we are making lower highs on the R side. We made lower highs on our price oscillator over here, right? So that divergence is playing out, which is why we're getting that pullback. Now, again, this same move, however, was playing out on Nvidia right before their earnings, right? And what what that really just basically means is that Nvidia came back and eliminated this divergence because it's not that like RSI is at a place right now where it's still above 50. This is on a 4-hour chart, but the RSI is not so bearish that it can't just come back and break this divergence. But if this divergence keeps playing out, uh, then yeah, that's just another sign that this pullback is going to continue. If at some point we just come back and eliminate this divergence, then we should be fine. But otherwise, this is another indicator that the trend is uh, the trend is fading. Can share some insight on the RSI with divergences. It's a lagging indicator. Uh, yeah, I mean these indicators are slightly lagging, but basically what we're looking for is yeah. Let me actually pull up the chart for you guys. This is good to know. Let's see, do I have it up here? Give me 1 second. I'll just pull this chart for you guys so you guys can see it. There. All right, here, guys. So this is part of the technical analysis course, but this is kind of like what we're looking at when I'm talking about divergence, right? So this is the bearish divergence that we're seeing, right? And it doesn't really matter that you use the MACD or you use RSI. They're both slightly lagging indicators, but it's kind of telling you what's to come. Is that when you're having this divergence of higher price action, right? And you're looking at the peaks, so you're getting higher price action, but you're getting lower peaks on your oscillator, so whether it's the RSI or the MACD. That's bearish divergence, and that's actually signaling that you're going to move lower, right? So that's what I mean when I talk about bearish divergence. So 270-ish is the support line today. It's holding for now. It's holding for now. We'll have to see if it continues to hold or if it will break as well. But again, um, you know, I know nobody likes to see a drop like that, but I guess my eye is trained somewhat differently because I, what I see here is higher highs and higher lows, right? And as long as we can continue that pattern, we're okay. You know? So uh, if we do hold this as support and we go higher and we can take out this move right here, however we get there, then just make another higher high. Then if we come back, make a higher low, we come back, make another higher high. As long as that pattern persists, I'm fine with it. You know, it's really once that pattern is broken that you have to start reconsidering your position on which side you're on. That's obviously on a somewhat micro time frame. Really, what we want to break is obviously the 284 high because, uh, or at least, at the very least, this high, which is around 280. Because if we could do that right now, this move, you could look at it from a larger standpoint and say that we made this low, uh, sorry, lower low, and then this is our lower high, and we're going to make this lower low. So to eliminate that, if we could get past 280, then we take out this move right here. So you can't say that we're doing this. Right? Good point. 45 Yeah, yeah. I know. I can draw that out for you. That's a good point as well, Yeltsin. I know you're a trend line, speed line guy. You know, this is our. Technically, we're below it right now, but um, maybe if we get back above this level, we can push higher to make that higher high. Just curious, how many of you guys are actually like long on Tesla? Like you guys are long term investors, or you guys are just trading it long right now? You guys have calls like months out, or um, is there like any particular reason why you guys are all in Tesla right now? And what do you guys think? Like, do you guys think that mean, me personally, I'm looking at some point to move away from Tesla if I think that the play is over, and then I'm going to hop on to something else. Like I said, NEO is something that I'm looking at in terms of just trades. Right? Um, and Mara is something that I'm looking at. I'm not really going to look too much at all the tech is like really ran up so much that I'm looking for like the next good opportunity where I can buy something low that looks like it has a lot of upside coming. Palantir, honestly, is something that actually I think once this retracement is done, I think it's going to move higher before it moves lower. Um, but this also is going to give some good trading opportunities. So you guys can see the count that I have on Palantir. We have this first wave up, second wave, this third wave is finishing up, right? Then we should get a fourth wave pullback for Palantir, and then another fifth wave higher. So this might be a decent move. Once this is done, then we're going to look to pull back, get a stronger pullback of this entire move. And if that brings us down here, you know, it's just roughly a 50 to 60% increase. That would be a nice area to go long. And then we should take out this high over here. So Palantir is another one of them. And then yeah, I'm gonna look at this. You know, 'cause these are trading at like $20 a share type. You know, stocks under $20 a share. I think we're gonna see a nice move up on a bunch of them. So I think Tesla, in terms of a trade, was a great trade at $100. It was a great trade even when it pulled back for 150. And now, you know, if you got in early, then yeah, you can continue to ride it if you gave yourself enough time. Um, but they have to be transitioning out of Tesla for a little bit. Ah, you're right, Yeltsin. You did mention that to me before. I forgot to take a look at it. I will take a look at it. Tesla has a volume to trade, but I will move away if it's stagnant. Yeah, yeah. So I have long shares in a few accounts, and I also trade Tesla in other accounts. Got you. I think your long shares are you know sitting good in my opinion. And trading, I mean, again, trading doesn't always have to just be you know to the upside. If you know if I see a shorting opportunity on Tesla, in other words, if I see the pullback happening at some point, like you know, that's just a quick get in, get out, and you know, make a trade, right? So like, uh, if I start to think that this is like a larger corrective move, I would play a C wave, right? You know, on third wave trades, but C wave trades are also very nice, right? So like C wave trades are basically in corrections. For the most part, I stay away from corrections. But if you could time a nice C wave move, it actually pays very well, right? So you have an a B, and then a C, right? Usually your A wave is you don't know what it's doing. You don't know how far it's going. You don't know the way that it's getting there. Your B wave is always going to be very choppy, but you can kind of time once your B wave is done. And once you do time your B wave and you know whether or not your correction is a zigzag, it's a flat, expanded flat, uh, if it's a triangle, whatever the case is, if you could catch a C wave on a zigzag, that's a very nice setup as well. So, you know, there's always options, and that's one of the best things I like about trading and using Elliott Wave to trade is that it provides you with opportunities to play both sides of the market, um, and it gives you good trade setups. I moved from SoFi to Tesla last month as a swing trade, but also now in day trading. Never a boring moment with Tesla except for the last few days. Yeah, honestly, I agree. Like I was so excited when we had that strong gap up move last weekend, right? I was counting the waves and everything looked good. And I was like, okay, we're going to 300 right now, but it just didn't play out that way, right? Because we had this wave up here. It was one, two, three, four, five. Then I was basically looking for this correction to play out over here, and then get another nice five wave move up, and it just hasn't happened. Hasn't happened that way, right? The correction was a lot more extended, and um, even now it's uh it's a little bit more choppy. But now, so within this small movement, right? This is what kind of like what I think is playing out is that we had the first wave move up from the bounce from 239. That was our first wave. We had our second wave correction. We had our third wave, which was basically the run up from that weekend, last weekend, where we gapped up. And now we finished our fourth wave around here, and we're getting an extended fifth wave move. And within our extended fifth wave move, we have a weak diagonal to start, and possibly do another pullback, and then get a strong move up, right? Because one of these waves has to be extended, and wave three ended up not being extended, so it's possible that the fifth wave here is going to be the extended, then another pullback, and then another five waves to finish this off. So we'll see. I mean, maybe that's too bullish. I have to make sure I don't allow my bullish bias to get in the way, you know. Which is why I'm also looking at alternative accounts. But the only thing that bothers me is that this move up here is not a five wave count. Like I can't see it as a five wave count. This is so for us to say that this is where we topped out at, and this is a one, two, and a three, and now we're just done, and now we're just gonna pull back. It doesn't seem right to me. So and this pullback, if we were pulling back, like we would be dropping so much harder, I think, than like this instead of forming this like bull flag. So there's a lot of things about it that still are making me on the bullish side, even though the price action is not the greatest. We dropped past support now. Let's see. We're still above our support, but it's definitely pulling back. Used EVs are collapsing, and the reason is Tesla, according to Yahoo. Um, I didn't see that article. What does the article say? I'm trying to find my trading edge. I normally trade supply and demand. So I use supply and demand too, Javon. I use it within the context, the larger context of the wave family. But I try to I put everything together. I use supply and demand for time reversals where I think potential will start. My mic is bad. Sorry, guys. I think I was just actually speaking a little bit away from the mic. I think Tesla is going to pull back to the 314 level. That's kind of like the that was my bullish thesis, based off of the technicals, based off of the wave count that I was seeing that we could get to 314. Uh, but I don't know. What we'll have to see. You always want to have a plan B and a plan C as well, in case your plan A doesn't work out. So I would love for this to go to 300, 314, and then let the pullback come. Possibly play the pullback on the C wave, or just just go into something else, uh, and then let Tesla finish its correction back down to wherever it's going to go down to, around 240 or 240 to 250, 260, whatever, and then just go long again. But so far, we've had pretty strong resistance in some of these areas. So again, one of the resistances we actually broke through, which is pretty good. I'll show you guys that in a second. Let's get rid of all this. Right, so one of the resistances, like I said, you guys can clearly see it over here, and I made this case to you guys before. It's exactly what Apple did. Exactly what Apple did. We had a descending level of resistance going back to our previous all-time highs, right? We came upon it, we touched it, we got rejected, we pulled back, and then we came back again, and then we kind of chopped. We finally broke through it, gapped up above it actually, just like Apple did, and then we chopped above it and around it for a little bit before we ended up pushing higher. So let me show you guys that. Uh, this is it exactly, right? So going back to all-time highs on Apple, we had this descending level of resistance. We rejected multiple times, and then this time around, uh, right before their earnings, I think actually we rejected again, pulled back, and then we gapped up above it. We consolidated and chopped above it for a little bit, and then we eventually had this rally higher. So we went from 170 all the way up to roughly $194, right? So that's like literally the same thing that's happening with Tesla right now. So is it is I don't know if that's strong evidence for you guys or not, but you see, we pulled back at it. We got rejected. We pulled back. We gapped above it, and now we're trading above that level, and we're consolidating. We're holding above it, and there's a good chance that we will push from here higher now, right? So because we broke that level, and we're holding above it. So there's a good chance that we can continue our rally once we just put this behind us. Um, I'll have to be out of pocket for a few days. Good luck, guys. Hope the earnings will be kick ass. If not, we can always add more, hopefully at a lower price. Yeah, no problem. Uh, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Hope to see you back on here soon. With Tesla cutting prices on new models, its used EV values have tumbled, and hence Tesla makes up for both. For the used EV market, the dramatic drop in Tesla values has impacted the entire category. Gotcha. Are we bouncing from here? Let's see. Let's see. We're still above that support, but we're below our EMAs. So we'll have to see if we. So right now, it's looking we're going to come back to retest it. Talking about the long stock trade in an area, it offers more value, like accumulation phase before participation and distribution. Um, Wait, let me reread that. Talking about the stock trade in an area, it offers more value, like accumulation phase before a participation and distribution. Got okay. Yeah. So I mean, if you can, I'm not really sure I'm understanding your question, Giovanna, about accumulation. Like, are you saying that you're looking for areas of accumulation before you when you're playing long? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. I know what you're speaking about, accumulation distribution. I'm just not understanding what you're asking. I like your thinking. Thank you, Yelton. I like your participation. um, no matter with Tesla, I think the stream has been great. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Honestly, I I really hope because I know we're all like bulls in here that I really hope for you guys that that stock does run higher. I really would love to see that, and even for myself, I'm long right now, so I would love to see it. But what I really appreciate is you guys just coming on every day and just chatting with me and just watching the market with me. So I really do enjoy it, and whatever happens with Tesla, there'll be another trade, and I'll let you guys know. And I hope you guys will still stick around with me even after Tesla's done. So I appreciate you sending. You're like one of the first ones who were on the stream, so I really do appreciate you sticking around for this long. Honestly, I wasn't even gonna do streams, and I was just like, you know what, let me just try it. because I found myself doing more and more Tesla updates, and I was getting a lot of love for my Tesla videos. So I was like, you know what? Maybe there's a lot of people in Tesla right now, and if I can just share with them like every day, kind of like what I'm looking at, then it'll be useful. So I was like, you know what? Let's just try it, and I've enjoyed it. Accumulating shares over time. Oh yeah, like yeah, accumulating shares over time. Is that what you meant? Some are so old, you're probably never gonna plug a car in. I don't think you're that old, yeah. For instance, Tesla has been trading in the 270 area, which was previously a psychological level. Is it accumulating before another bull run? Oh, got you. Yeah, I yeah. In terms of the Wyckoff, if we use Wyckoff, the Wyckoff schematic or method or whatever you want to call it, then you can definitely say that we're in a phase of reaccumulation. Actually, right from this move up, right now we're reaccumulating, and then we can have another move higher. So I'll actually pull that up to show you guys. So this is essentially the Wyckoff reaccumulation schematic, and a lot of these different methods and stuff. You find where they tie in together. So um, so this is reaccumulation, and it's literally kind of like what is playing out right now with Tesla, right? So we had our sharp rally up, and it's the same thing as like it's just different ways to describe the same phenomenon, right? Like a chart pattern would just basically be a bull flag. So you have your pole, and you have your flag that forms, and you wait for the breakout of the flag, and then you run higher. In the Wyckoff method, we call it reaccumulation. You have a strong advance. The advance kind of meets the resistance. It gets halted a little bit. You find support. You trade within that channel for a little bit. There's different terms that they call it, right? You have this creek which forms, which is kind of what's forming right now on Tesla as well, and then you get that sharp jump across the creek above that resistance, and then you just start rallying higher. So, but it's all really the same thing. In Elliott wave, this would be our third wave. This would be our fourth wave correction that's playing out, and then you go higher for your fifth wave. So, uh, you know, different ways to look at something. Sometimes you have to use a different strategy or method of analysis to give added insight or clarity on the move. But if you look at it from that lens, right? That's really what we're doing, right? We had a rally up, um, and now we're kind of like just reaccumulating. You know what? Actually, I think I will break this down for you guys in terms of the Wyckoff accumulation, because then we can basically just see this as a sign of weakness, and then we'll get a secondary test, uh, another secondary test. We can analyze it in that way. It's actually a really good point. But yeah, again, essentially what it just means is that we're just accumulating down here, or reaccumulating before we continue our rally higher. That's one way to look at what's playing out right now. Yeah. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. I just want a ride in a rocket to somewhere. Tesla reaccumulates 8+ times a day. Yeah, I mean it's been a long time, man. It's been a long time that it's been reaccumulating. So I feel your frustration with them. I really do. I think it would be a good thing to kind of like look at this. Usually, when you get a lot of that sideways choppy movement, and that's actually exactly what I did with Palantir, right? So with Palantir, I was analyzing this in terms of the Elliott wave, right? So we had the first wave higher, and then around here, I was looking at this as an ABC, and the correction in terms of Elliott terms wasn't really making sense to me at the time. So I was like, you know what? Let's go take a look at it in terms of the Wyckoff method, and that's what I ended up doing over here. And I started analyzing the play in terms of the Wyckoff accumulation schematic, and you guys can see basically it works in phases. So where the Elliott wave correction was kind of harder to use to interpret this, the Wyckoff accumulation actually added a little bit of clarity. Right, we had our preliminary support, we had an automatic rally, we had a secondary test as a sign of weakness, secondary test to the upside, and then we had this spring movement over here, which basically came out right before their earnings as well. Right before their earnings as well, we had the spring movement, um, which got us to that. This was actually not reaccumulation. This was more so just accumulation. But either way, right? You have that spring or you have that jump across the creek above the resistance, and that was something that we called out. You guys can go back and see my old Palantir video, and we called it out. We hit that on earnings, and then from there we had a sign of strength, a last point of support, and we've just basically been making higher highs and higher lows ever since. And from there, I just went back to the wave theory that I've been counting this move right in terms of its wave count. So it's definitely good, in my opinion, to add as many tools to your toolbox as a trader as you can. So this way, if one method is just not working or just not giving you the clarity that you need, then you just reach into your toolbox and you pull out something else. And usually, you'll be able to find what you're looking for. Is it true that Twitter just got a lower pricing evaluation? We could look. Uh, Not that unless that just came out right now. Let's see if it would say anything over here about it. I mean, I don't know. Take a look at it. Uh, Twitter. I'm not seeing nothing about Twitter. See how's the overall market is doing. The overall market pushed and kind of like chopping now around that 447, 448 area. Triple Q is also kind of chopping and moving sideways. It's definitely not helping Tesla. Looks like it's another slow day, honestly, for Tesla. Let's see if we can get this move higher. But we're not just getting the volume or the strength that we need to get that move. Do me a favor, guys. If you can, please just hit the like button. I'm sorry, I don't really like asking for it too much, but if you guys are enjoying the content, let's just help push it out there. Maybe we could get some more Tesla people to hop on and help the cause. But also, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a cup of coffee really quick. Hey, sorry guys. I don't know why the screen went black like that. I'm back. Grab my coffee. Checked on my girls. Sorry, Sunny Ann. I'm back. I'm back. I'm not gone. Not yet. Just surprised my screen went off. Oh, screen is not sharing. There we go. Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. We're still holding above our support right now, above 270 right now. Finally got back above our EMAs, our 5 and our 9. Where's our RSI at? Did I lose our RSI? I'm gonna close it. RSI back on. RSI right there. And let's add back our plate wave oscillator. Alright, so we're getting close to above 50 on that RSI, above our EMAs, and not sure. Still waiting for volume. We have about 20 seconds left in the candle, so volume's still just not there yet. See how we look on a longer time frame. About 5 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. Above our 5 EMA, getting testing our 9 EMA. Volume is picking up slightly, getting close to 50 on the 15 minute as well. So hopefully a short term move to get us higher back towards the 275 area. Nice green candle as I came back. Yeah, hopefully we can keep it now. I was trying to go away because the price goes up when I go away, according to Yelton. So I was hoping the price would run up if I was gone. Price always goes down when I'm away. I think the price has just been going down, like period, whether I'm away or whether I'm not. But you know what? It's actually so. Here's the thing, right? I feel like a slight misconception, right, is that the price is going down when really, guys, um, except for that sell off that we had um, we've really been we've been moving higher. It just doesn't seem like it because whenever we're watching the price is going down. But the pre-market, it's moving higher. So remember, like on Monday, we closed at around 260, 265 area, 269, I think, and we pulled back as low as 266. We went high to 277. Pulled back down to the 270. This morning we went high to 274 ish, and now we pulled back again. So again, just it's still a series of higher highs and higher lows. I think I would sit a little bit more comfortable if we could just get above this level right here, which is 280. If we could get back to the 280 level, I would be super confident in what's in the fact that we're going to go higher. But until then, it's kind of like up in the air. My chart's not working. Yeah, I close this and open it back up. One second. I'd love to see 280 again before earnings. Me too. I feel like if I saw 280 before earnings, I would be a lot more confident to hold through earnings because at that point we would effectively have taken out this peak right here, and then we're kind of doing we've eliminated the possibility of doing this lower high, lower low situation. Our cup and handle never really played out. Kind of got close, but it never really played out, which was like right here. This would have been the cup. This would have been the handle. Unless this is still just like a sort of like extended handle, but it's getting like too long to the point where I don't think it's really a valid cup and handle anymore. Um, and then we kind of have it's a little bit distorted, but you could kind of see an inverse head and shoulders pattern on a descending neckline right here, right? So let's draw this resistance line right here. Well, we broke through this one. Kind of have one playing out right here. Not enough touch points for it to be valid, though. You really want to see about three touch points. There's really just like not much to go on right now in terms of like anything can be the way that it's playing out right now. It's really in like a no man's land in the sense that it can go either way, right? So it's like it's really uncertain. There's nothing that's making me feel overly bullish or overly bearish about what's currently playing out over here, which is why I'm hoping that we get some kind of clarity before the earnings. Just some kind of price action to show me, which scenario is playing out. If it's the bearish scenario that's playing out, then that's fine because then again it's only short term bearish, still long term bullish in my mind. So I would just sell at that point and then just wait to get back in at a cheaper price and then ride the waves back up again. If it's bullish now, I would just like to hold my current position as long as possible. If Elon had sold for Twitter, do you think Tesla would be back close to all-time highs like the other tech stocks, never having reached 100? So not from my perspective, not from the perspective of just like Elliott wave theory and stuff, because after such a strong move, right, no stock is gonna just go straight up like in a straight line. So we come back over here and we take a look at this on a weekly. Everything that it did is like it's picture perfect like Elliott wave, right? Like so we had a strong rally, right? On this larger degree time frame, and the pullback that happened was right where a second wave pullback should happen. It happened right at the 78.6% level, right? So this pullback happening like this is just part and parcel, in my opinion, of just the natural movement of any stock or commodity. And the psychological perspective or like the philosophy behind this is that any commodity, whether it's crypto, whether it's something in the stock market, whether it's a trend on like what's the latest like fashion or whatever, right? Like the idea is that it's being these trends are occurring due to human psychology, and human psychology is not doesn't change, it doesn't alter, it's predictable, right? We're ruled by fear and greed. So um, the idea is that if you can, because stocks are basically just bought, it's just a commodity that's being bought and sold, right? Based off of the principles of fear and greed and et cetera, you can kind of measure human psychology. And so basically, the whole idea behind Ralph Nelson Elliott's theory of Elliott wave is that you like the psychological trend can basically be traced and calculated, and that we move in waves, right? So you can kind of like know where we are. You could basically measure the psychology of the masses as they are jumping on a trend. Is essentially what it is. Not saying that it would go straight up, but it would never have gotten to 100 to begin with. Again, I personally I disagree. Uh, Not that I disagree, but I just think that according to the strategy that I follow and stuff, it hasn't done anything to me that is overtly out of character from any other normal stock or commodity, right? So what is happening on this micro scale, right? According to this theory, is exactly what happened on this macro scale. So what does that mean, right? This is why you should be. This is why um, I'm super bullish for Tesla long term, right? If you're a shareholder, because um, essentially what this and this is going back weeks, right? This is a weekly chart. This is going all the way back to 2017, 16. This pullback right here is only a second wave, larger degree pullback. So what does that mean? That means we had our first wave up, we had our second wave down, and this whole thing that we're even the movement that we're in right now is just the beginning of a much larger impulsive rally that's going to take Tesla way past all-time highs, right? That's essentially what Elliott Wave is saying. So instead of like we're kind of getting caught up in the zigs and zags, which as a trader you have to, right? Because you want to get in and get out, time your entries and your exits. But as a long-term shareholder, I think that the stock is only going higher from here. Barring minor like pullbacks and stuff, when you zoom out and you see the bigger picture, this is essentially what's going to happen. So, um, you know, if we end up running to 400 and then we pull it back to like 320, again, it seems like a huge pullback, but it's just a minor deviation in the trend, right? So this is sort of like what you're going to see, in my opinion. And according to the laws of the Elliott wave principle. And again, the Elliott wave principle is not like the holy grail. It doesn't have to conform to it, but I've seen the wave principle um, be very very accurate, and I think it's one of the best tools that we have to measure human psychology, which is really all the trading stocks or commodities really is. So you know Take it for what it's worth. In my opinion, we're going to all time highs. You know, you can quote me on that. That Tesla, it aligns with the fundamentals and everything, right? Fundamentally, everybody really does believe that Tesla is a very you know it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I mean, it already is, but it's going to be like it has the most growth, in it in terms of like any stock within the S&P 500. So, and that's really what the wave count is showing me as well. So, it's one perspective. I would definitely recommend, and I was actually trying to, I kind of got not sidetracked, but I just haven't had time to finish it. But I was actually trying to record, not just I was trying to record a full like documentary type of video on uh, Ralph Nelson Elliott, the Elliott wave theory, and as well as go into how the wave theory really works from a psychological perspective. And I think it would be super interesting. I haven't found anything like it on YouTube. Really, you can kind of find like videos on how the wave theory, like little aspects of the wave theory, but not a real full comprehensive guide. So most of the knowledge that I have on the wave theory, I've got from just like reading as much as I could about it. There's some good books on it. Yeah, nice push over here after we bounce off of that support. This is still a 15-minute chart, so it's actually really nice that we got back above our 5 and 9 EMAs and we're starting to get a crossover. We have about 6 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, so chance for us to really push the volume right now, back above 50 on the RSI as well. I would love to see Tesla go on a strong rally so we could get some more people in here. It looks like ever since Tesla started trading sideways, we haven't had as many eyes in the chat, which understandable. But that going back to our conversation, that kind of really just explains like human psychology, right? It's predictable when something is like everybody wants to be a part of uh, a trend, right? Everybody wants to be part of the trend, and once that trend starts to slow down, then people get out of it, right? So that's really what all that Elliott wave is. So you can see when Tesla's pushing, we have eyes in here. Why? Because it just catches people's attention, and it attracts people to come see what's going on. And once that kind of cools off, then more people start selling and getting out. That's really all it is. 1 week to earnings definitely will have more viewers closer to earnings. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I'm just kind of like being lighthearted about it, but it does speak to overall human psychology. So yeah, let's see how we push up into earnings. Oh, sorry, did my screen just go black? I accidentally hit my computer, my laptop, and give me 1 second. I gotta fix this now. Not the quantity of the viewers, but the quality. Oh, 100%, I agree, and I think you guys are the best viewers, and I appreciate you. You guys are so consistent and here every day. Uh, Love Never Fails, Sunny Ann, Yelton, Moon G, all of you guys. I really appreciate you guys. Nice push right here. Nice push. We got 3.5 minutes left in this candle, and volume is increasing, and we're back above our EMAs. Nice price action as well. Above 50 on the RSI. Let's see if my little drawing over here holds. See if this this drawing right here can hold true and we can get back up to that 277-ish area. I'd love for it to get to 280, but I don't know. Even just the 277, which is the third wave high, I think that would be solid. Okay now, maybe back to 274. Yeah, I think we could be doing this move right here, Sunny Ann. So hopefully, the volume is picking up, which is the main thing that we've been lacking this entire time. So if the volume picks up, then we can definitely be headed to 274, 275, possibly higher. The technical analysis is very helpful. I really do appreciate you, Department of Affairs. I mean, there's only I'm not a fundamentals guy. I know I've had arguments with friends and other people as well as to what is better and what's not. And I'm strictly in the camp of technical analysis. I use the fundamentals as catalysts to support my what I see in the technical analysis. But that's kind of like what helps me. So if that's kind of what gives me my edge. So if this can kind of help you guys, if you guys are fundamentalists or not fundamentalists, fundamental analysts, um, I'm glad. I'm glad that it could help. Very level-headed. Thank you, Sunny. Yeah, I try not to get caught up in the hysteria, and you'll see, like and I'm not talking negatively about anybody who's on YouTube or anything like that. But a lot of it is clickbait, right? A lot of it is like if you ask some of these people whether or not they really believe what they're saying, I don't know that they do. A lot of it is just like titles like, oh, Tesla to the moon, and I have those titles too, but I have those titles really believing that if I tell you guys 340, there's a reason for how I'm coming to Tesla hitting 340. It's not just it's some random number, right? It's based off of a very very detailed, very robust technical analysis strategy. So um, I try to keep it level headed, and if I think we're gonna pull back, I'm gonna tell you guys, and if it affects my views, I honestly I don't care. I'd rather be completely authentic and transparent with you guys because I know at the end of the day, if you guys are trusting my technical analysis, then you guys may or may not be making decisions to buy or sell off of that. And again, I'm not a financial advisor, and I'm not. This is not financial advice. So that's I put that disclaimer everywhere. But still, like if you guys do end up using it, if it is helpful and you guys do find value in it and you leverage that to make your decisions, then I want to be completely transparent with you guys and to the best of my ability tell you what I really really do think is going to play out. So I don't try to be too hysterical and too biased one way or the other. Curious what you think on EMPH, the Elliott wave theory with that stock. I'll take a look at it. I'll definitely take a look at it and see if I can put up a nice wave count to it. A lot of it is BS. Yeah, a lot of it is BS. A lot of it is just clickbaity and people trying to get views, which I get it. Because at the end of the day they'll put in their disclaimer like this is all entertainment and yada yada, which it is. It can be entertaining, but it's still I think there's a level of integrity that goes into it that you have to just be honest as to what you really really think. You know, and this is I'm giving you guys what I really think. Like to the point where I'm coming on here and actually doing minute technical analysis live for you guys every day, based off of a theory and a principle that you guys can go back test and read about yourselves and see that it's not just you know it's not lazy technical analysis in my opinion. It's a very robust form of technical analysis. So um, please be honest. If you think a pullback, tell us. I'm not a bull or bear. I like to know the direction, no matter which way. Yeah, no, of course. I'm gonna give you guys uh, the scenarios that I really think are playing out. Whether it's a bullish scenario or a bearish scenario, which one I think has the higher probability. Um, you know, I'll always just be completely transparent in that regard, and I'll never be like a perma bull or a perma bear. I just go wherever the price action takes me. Of course, that never feels. Of course. Thank you guys. All right, so getting back to this right here. Price action is, it looks like it's picking up, but can we build on this, right? Like we have nice moments like this, but if we can build on this and really get that volume to come in, um, then we could definitely see this thing go higher. But if the volume just starts to taper out now, right after this like one nice move right here, then it's kind of not really going to get us anywhere. It's just going to go back and forth sideways a little bit longer. Let's take a look at the overall market and see what's going on there. So the overall market is still pushing higher, honestly. After we kind of did this consolidation, we pushed higher on the overall market. 448.60 definitely should get to that 450 area. Where's the triple Q? 377, I think. Yeah, so triple Q is running, which definitely means Nvidia is running more. Uh, Nvidia is 448 as well. Nvidia is kind of forming this bull flag here as well, right? You guys can see it. This essentially is just a correction also on Nvidia on a smaller time frame, right? It's kind of like the triangle move playing out. You have the A, B, C, T, possibly an E coming here, forms that pennant, and we're looking for a breakout to the upside on Nvidia. Palantir's back to pushing higher. Um, yeah, overall, the market is looking good. Tesla is definitely lagging behind for whatever reason. You know, so let's see if a little bit of that momentum can at least bring Tesla back to these levels over here. Let's go back to a 5 minute chart as well. You can see over here with the volume right here, a little bit of tapering off. You see the RSI starting to look like it wants to come back down, but we're holding above our 5 EMA right now. So let's see if it tests it and continues to bounce higher. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see what we can do right now. I think if Tesla is going to make a move, it's going to be right now to get us higher. So we need as much momentum right now as we can get. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm just going to make a quick phone call. Not leaving the computer. I'm still here, so it won't go black. Just got to make a quick phone call. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Nice move right here. Nice push. Still holding above our 5 EMA. RSI looks like it's picking back up, and volume's coming in. We have about 30 seconds for the close of this candle. Take a look at it on a 15-minute candle. That's a pretty decent 15-minute candle right there. And we are getting above our 9 EMA as well. So hopefully get the crossover on that. Above 50 on the RSI there. So it looks decent for like a nice short term rally over here. Have 5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, so that will definitely lead to higher volume. Right, 5 more minutes on this candle, so that should take this um, volume bar a little bit higher than our previous one. So that'll show an increase in volume, and hopefully get this crossover right here. He's back. Will it drop? It might. It might. It might. Let's hope not, though. Let's hope not. Question. Go ahead, Yelton. Shoot. Keep an eye on the SPY and triple Q as well. There's our SPY, triple Q. Triple Q is just running away right now. But I mean, guys, I'm no Nostradamus, but that that price action is pretty close to the little drawing I made yesterday in terms of how we can move. Um, just messing with you guys. On all the company listings on SPY, look at the highs for each, then look at who fell back off, never really reaching its potential. Tesla. Look who fell back off, never really reaching its potential. Tesla. Um, right. So, I mean, look, I'm not really sure. Tesla's definitely being shorted, probably more so than any other stock. Like in terms of like the major stocks, right? Like the Metas and the Amazons and all those. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I was speaking earlier and saying that I do think that Tesla is going to break its all-time highs. It had a bit of a longer correction down here, right? So where if you go back to January and you see where like really the two leaders at the time were Tesla and Nvidia that started this rally back up after all these lows, and I think it was like they were both like kind of like neck and neck. Both of them were running like crazy, and then what happened was Nvidia had a shorter correction and then it just kept rallying. Tesla had this kind of like longer sideways correction. But to me, what that tells me is that the bulk of the move for Nvidia and all those other companies is over, whereas the bulk of that move is still yet to come on Tesla. I do think that it will come. I think it's just one lap behind all those other stocks. What they say, you can't hold a good stock down. So, I mean, they can delay it. They can delay it a little bit. They can try to hinder it, but at some point, right, truth will prevail. And if Tesla really is that good of a company as we believe that it is, then long term, it will get there. It will get there. This is kind of like a double bottom that's formed right here. Not the prettiest double bottom, but you can see we kind of broke that neckline. So maybe the break, the retest, and the push. Amazon and Google have lows never going up, so will they take off? Amazon and Google. So those are honestly also two stocks that I never really bothered to look at for whatever reason. I don't know why. Kind of have my bias in the stocks that I do look at. Um, Sorry guys, I have to take that call in a second. But we can take a look at like in terms of I can tell you guys what I think is going to happen with those stocks in terms of the wave count, and we can kind of decide collectively whether or not we think both of those have room to run up more. Well, Amazon been on a nice little move here. Let's go back to its daily chart. Yeah, if you ask me, Amazon is gonna go break its all-time highs too. It's kind of actually very similar to Tesla's um, very similar to Tesla's move. Same sort of retracement, and you guys can clearly see we had a first wave move here, second wave move here, and we're now in this third wave move. Depending on how high this goes, we'll get a fourth wave pullback, and a fifth wave higher, and then from there another large degree pullback, and then we just start the movement all over again, right? The other possibility, I think this, based off of this, quick reading that I'm doing right now, this was one, two, three, four, five, and then this would have been an ABC just like Tesla, and then we would have pulled back for another five wave move down. But it looks like it's pretty extended at this point, and it's not an ABC move. So I would actually argue that Amazon is very very similar in its chart pattern to Tesla, and it's going to make a pretty decent rally as well. We measure this out, right? This first wave, we can see that the pullback happened right at the 78.6% Fibonacci retracement level, which is just like Tesla's, pretty spot on, and perfect level for a second wave retracement. And if we use our extension tool, change that to you can see we're past the 161.8% extension. So um, this has actually already reached the level on a macro count where this could start pulling back soon for a fourth wave. And the pullback doesn't have to be like a deep retracement because it's a fourth wave. So there's a chance that we get more of a sideways retracement, which will again just end up forming our bull flag, and then give us room for one more wave up. So that's that. Let's take a look back at Tesla's pulling back again. Strong volume coming in on the pullback. Testing back our 9 EMA. See if we can hold and bounce off of it. Take a look at this on a minute chart. Maybe we kind of analyze the move up that we just had over here. So if we could say that this was a first wave move right here. And this got to 1.23 and we pull back. 5, possibly a 1-2-1-2 forming. Basement dwellers took a nap. Now they're up. I'm in at 50 shares long on both Amazon and Google. Nice. Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like being long on those companies Like I don't think you can go wrong. I think those are companies that are here to stay, and their valuation is always like increasing, right? Like what they bring to the table, they're leaders and stuff. So I think those are shares that you just buy and you kind of like just forget about, in my opinion. But depends on how good of a price you could get them at. Imagine having Amazon back when it was like $1 a share back in '98. I can take it if they call me off. So, right here. What time is it? It's 12:35. I mean, I would expect sort of like lunchtime lows and stuff to come in, but we're actually on a pretty decent rally there. It's like it's kind of being hindered a little bit. But let's see. Maybe we can bounce back off this 9 EMA and continue. I've always wondered why there's not two sides to buying or trading stocks. Stocks option one, buy in as long, or option two, trade daily. Oh wow! Did you guys hear what just happened with XRP? My friend just texted me. XRP is soaring after Ripple wins verdict that XRP is not a security. So I don't know if you guys were following that, like in the crypto sphere, but XRP had this like long litigation going on with the SEC about it like not being a security or something like that, and it was like supposedly holding the crypto back. And if you look at the chart right now, it's just like a straight green candle. Actually, let's see if we can take a look at it really, really quick. Uh, so, is that it? Oh, that's not it. XRP, finance, US dollar. Where's the Coinbase one? I like using the Coinbase ones. Not really use Binance. Look at that. I mean, it looked more impressive. It looked more impressive in the chart that he sent me. But it's basically up 10 cents. It's like that just from winning the scoop. Right here. Landmark ruling in SEC versus Ripple, a surprisingly big win for XRP. And honestly, that kind of like really just plays into the idea that crypto is really just going to rally hard right now because um, kind of like what I see happening in the wave counts for Bitcoin and Ethereum. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, Yelton. From as far as I know, it was for a very long time. They were basically trying to decide whether or not like it was actually a security, a tradable security or not. Yeah, 2 plus years, and everybody was like giving up on it. I know friends who were like so huge on it, so huge on. I'm not too big into crypto, but uh, there were people like my friends who were just accumulating as much as possible, and just saying like just wait, they're gonna win this lawsuit, and the thing is gonna run. So it looks like it might just do that now. We bounced nicely off the 9 EMA on the 15 minute. See where we stand on the 5 minute. 5 minute, we're back above our 5 EMA. Still above 50 on the RSI. So showing a little bit of strength. Just need volume to come in. I feel like a broken record. I've been saying that like for more than a week now. We just need volume to come in. We've honestly not had like one decent rally during regular market hours uh, for the past week and a half. All the run ups that have basically kept Tesla alive and afloat have all been like pre market moves, including the one that happened that took us like from 260 all the way up to 280. I mean, I personally don't care if we just if we get up there like slowly, if we you know if we stair step our way back up to like 275 to 277, but as long as we get there. 1 second, guys. I got to take this call. All right. Nice bounce. Nice bounce over here. Still holding above our EMA. Still holding above 50 on the RSI. But again, 20 seconds and we're done with this candle. The volume wasn't there, so more like this is just a sideways corrective type of move right here, forming a base. Hopefully, we could break out of. Take a look on the 15-minute chart. So 15-minute, we got that nice candle, that nice bounce off of our 9 EMA. And we got about, all right, so this is a new candle now that we're starting. Let's see if the volume will kick in now. That's really what I'm looking for. Just one strong sign of volume coming in can honestly like really push this a lot higher. We looked like we were getting it around here, and it just tapered off. So check out on the SPY right now. The SPY is still holding at around 448.68, and triple Q is around 377.69. So that's also holding and kind of consolidating at those new highs that it made, which is nice. I mean, rising tide lifts all boats. So hopefully, the higher that runs, Tesla will catch on as well. Take a look at it on a minute time frame so you get a closer look at what's happening. We got support right now at our 5 EMA. We got support at our 9 EMA, and we have support right here as well around 272. See if we can hold above 272 and push higher. It's a little slow right now, but I think the whole market is at this point kind of like just correcting off, correcting or like just consolidating really. Video is looking pretty nice, but yeah, just still looking like it may just be consolidating right now. We drew this for Nvidia to see if it would break out of this. Looks like it broke out and may retest and then bounce higher. I'm gonna leave this up for you guys. I gotta go take care of a couple of things. I should be back in like 20, 15, 20 minutes. Leave this up. We have support at 272, support back down at 270, and we're above our 5 and our 9 EMAs on our 15-minute as well as our 5-minute chart, and above 50 on the RSI on both of them. So really just looking for volume to come in for us to move higher. So let's see, this could be a decent push right here. Oh, I mean that's nice volume right there. That's nice volume. That just kicked up really fast, and we still got 2 minutes left on this candle. So let's see if we can make a push to 275. That's not bad. Volume is looking pretty strong, guys. A minute 30 left. About 30 seconds left. Let's see if we can finish strong. But that's pretty decent volume. Let me zoom out a little bit so we can really see that. So we formed a nice base over here, and it's a pretty decent move. we didn't really break any like key levels, so I can't really call it a breakout trade, but kind of broke out of this this base that we were forming over here. If we could get confirmation with the follow up candle, it would be a nice beginning of a move. Check on the that's the 5 minute as well. This is the let's go to the 15 minute. On the 15 minute, we still have 5 minutes left. So this next candle on the 5 minute chart, but this could push higher as well. Volume looks pretty decent on the 15 minute, above our 5 and our 9 EMA. I mean, without confirmation, it's really just a like a one hit wonder type of thing. Like it's just it ends up becoming more of a fake out than anything. So you thought I left? No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I could leave and we can see if the price continues to run. We got 3.5 minutes left on this candle, and I really want to see the volume more so than the price action. If the price action even stayed like right here, but the volume came to this level, I would be super stoked. If comes to the same level as the previous candle, because that's what we need is that volume to really kick in. If you take a look at it on a minute, so we had this really strong volume coming over here. The word fake in stock means jinx. Did we jinx it? Was that move seen on the spy as well? Not really. Like the previous 5 minute candle on the spy didn't do much. So Tesla is definitely kind of like moving to the beat of its own drum right now. It's 12:58, 1 o'clock basically. So a few more hours left in the market. We can continue this rally up, stair step our way up. Even though it's been taking time, it's slow. It would be nice if we could finish the day above 275. I would say if we could get above 275 to 277 in that range, it would be pretty solid. Yeah, it's definitely fighting to at that level. It's holding. It's holding. 30 seconds left in this candle. The volume's not where I would have liked. I would have liked to see it like up here somewhere. Just like some confirmation that it wasn't just a fluke. Not really a fan of how the price closed over here as well. But I mean, we're looking decent on the RSI. Still have room to run up. Where are we on the 15 minute? So on the 15 minute, actually, that candle closed pretty decent for volume. So let's see how we do in these next 15 minutes now. Right, so we're above average volume with that 15-minute candle bar. Um, this right here, uh, it's it's really not too bad on the 15 minute. We have 15 minutes to like replicate this type of volume, in my opinion, so we could get a sustained little rally going here. All right, so I'm gonna run really quick, and I have to go feed my daughter really quick, my young daughter. So she just woke up from a nap. I'm gonna go feed her, and I will be back. But keep an eye out on this volume, guys, right here. If we could get this volume to, confirm what we just saw over here, this with this volume and this price action, and this candle right here, this is a 15-minute candle, then we might be decent. We might sustain a nice rally over here, right? So keep an eye on it, and I expect Yelton to bring it up to 275, maybe 276 by the time I get back. All right, Yelton. So it's that big responsibility right now. Hold it down for us. I'll be right back. Wait, do you guys want to see the 15-minute or the 5-minute chart? I'll leave it on the 15-minute chart because that's what we're looking for is the volume, right? 274.90. All right, I'll take 274.90. 274.90 by the time I get back, Yelton. No, I'm leaving you in good shape right now. We did decent right now. Above our EMAs, above our RSI, above 50 on the RSI. So I think you guys got this. I'll be back, all right? Like 15, 20 minutes, I'll be back. What's going on, guys? I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Tesla's moving pretty good right now. Oh man, as soon as I came back, we pulled back. All right, I'm out. Later, guys. Peace. No, but it's decent price action right now. It's holding above his 5 and his 9 EMAs on his 15 minute. Um, the volume is pretty nice on these 15 minute candles. Let's take a look at it on a 5 minute. So this way we can see what's happening more on the micro level. Still above our 5 and our 9 EMAs on the 5 minute. I mean, we touched it, didn't we? We touched 274.90. We got really close to 275. You did good, Yelton. You did good. 'Cause we hit, we hit 274.95, and then we pulled back a little bit. But the uptrend is still continuing right now, right? This smaller time frame uptrend is still continuing. So I don't mind the sideways moves. The sideways moves kind of just allows our side to reset, allows us to consolidate, and then we could push higher. As long as we're on, continuing the uptrend and we're above our EMAs, then it's still, it's not a bad thing. And the volume looked decent on the 15 minute. It looked like it was pretty consistent. So we have about 2 minutes left even on this candle, and it's it's not extremely high volume, but it's pretty consistent. RSI has a lot of room to run above 50, so it's bullish. And we may just come over here and test this resistance. I'm not sure why the resistance. Okay, so I have a resistance over here from that peak, but I think first we should take a look at this resistance right here, somewhere around this area, right around the 275 area. If we could break that, might have a decent push. Maybe more volume will come in. Hasn't reached 274.90 yet. I mean, I see it. I see it on my chart. Yeah, see right here. That was 274.93. We peaked and we hit it 270.93 over here, and then we pulled back at 274.89 right now. So it looks like we're testing it again, and should test this 275 level right here. If we could break that with some strong volume, then might make a more of a stronger push. 29 seconds on this 15 minute to close this 15 minute candle. Nice. I mean, it's a nice rally. It's kind of like the best rally we've seen in a while, like during regular trading hours. 277.50 is a strong resistance. Yeah, it is. It is. If we could get there today, that would be super dope. Um, but yeah, I have that level over here. That's where we pulled back strong from yesterday's pre-market. 275, obviously a psychological level. Looks like we're coming to a test it right now. See if we could take it out. So we poked above it, and let's go on a 5 minute. Let's get a more accurate view. The RSI is not too overly bought on the 5 minute either. We're only at 68, so it has room to run. See, providing that a little bit of resistance to the volume is coming in even on the 5 minute. See how the candle closes. To the left on your zoom out screen, highest peak, what's the number? Uh, on this screen right here, the highest peak is like 284 that we hit around here. 284 and change. 284.39 over here. If talking about more recently it would be 277.49. So yeah, it's 277.50. I think we could get there honestly if or we might get rejected there again, but we could get back up to there if we could break 275. I'll use the current screen. Yeah, I mean it's that same level. It's the 277.50, 277.70. All right, so that's a super strong. That's basically where we were saying would be our neckline when we were looking at this cup and handle plate yesterday. Right, we were looking for this to be our cup and this to form our handle. The handle kind of got extended, so I don't know how valid that play is anymore. But it's is the same neckline is still the resistance that we're talking about right here. This 277 area. So if we could break past 275, maybe meet this little minor resistance, break past that, and then we'll come across this again and hopefully test it and break it. Then obviously we have 280. So it's all about just taking it one level at a time. I'm hoping to play a short scalp to what, to the upside. Less than a million. I mean, yeah, just be patient on your entry is my only advice. Don't rush the entry. Wait for a confirmation. A breakthrough. Wait for volume. Wait for a confirmation, and then have your exit plan or downside. Okay, so you're saying a rejection over here. Yeah, no, that's valid too. That's valid. If you get rejected right here, and the volume picks up on the downside move, break past your 5 and your 9 EMAs, that's a valid play as well. There's your wave W. Well, I mean that's my this was my W right here. So here is our W. This was our X, and this was our Y down here. So hopefully, what this should be starting is the fifth wave move to go higher in three waves. If this is that leading diagonal that it's possible that this is the leading diagonal that I have over here. If that's the case, then this is this could be the start of that fifth wave move. See how we look on the 15-minute. See how we're kind of basically creating this wedge between the 5 EMA and the resistance that we have over here at 275. Right now, the EMAs are holding and the volume is picking up, so it's looking pretty strong. 275, we hit it, guys. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. We have about 9 minutes left on the 15-minute, and the volume is already halfway of our previous 15-minute candle, so that's pretty good as well. Again, RSI is not too high on the 15-minute. How can we confirm the move up? Um, Hold on 1 second. Wow, I had to take that call right at the most pivotal moment. Sorry about that. Um, but yeah, that's basically the break. That's the break of that 275 key level. That's nice. That's a strong push, and the volume is coming in to back it up. So that's pretty decent. Next level. Now let's see if we could go test the 276.58 level. Yeah, because we already broke past this level right here. This level right here, around 276.50 is what we're going to be looking at. Got 2 minutes left in this candle right here. XRP up over 41% now. Wow. Yeah, that lawsuit was huge. It was such a long time coming. Honestly, it almost feels like 2021 again. Once crypto starts running and everything is looking really bullish right now. S&P is pushing. Guys, this is looking good on Tesla right now too. You don't want to jinx it, but that second 5 minute candle now in a row, giving some additional confirmation. Still have a minute left on it. 15 minute strong push, strong push. Let's go, guys. Let's go. We haven't seen this in a while, so kind of hype. Looks like that fifth wave move could be playing out. So if it is, then the minimum target would be 277, and this looks pretty impulsive right here. So the minimum target would be on a leading diagonal would be the same height as the previous third, but most of the time it'll pass that a little bit. So let's aim for a 280. 280 wouldn't be somewhere within this range between the 277 and this 280. This 15-minute candle still has 5 minutes left, and look at the volume on this. The other possibility is that instead of a 1-2, actually no, I don't like that possibility because I was gonna say it could be a 1-2-1-2 setup, but no, that doesn't work because then the subwave count wouldn't make sense. Well, that's a strong move with volume. 5 minutes left in the 15-minute candle, and you can see the gradual increase above average volume. Looks really nice. Anyone's opinion on crypto as a whole? when it comes to regulations for Bitcoin and Litecoin, Ethereum will be the only coins allowed for BlackRock ETF seems confident now, where in the past they said never. Yeah, I don't know. I don't follow crypto enough like that. What do you guys think? Anybody in here like who's pretty big on crypto? My only take on crypto right now is that I just think Bitcoin and Ethereum are going to have a really big push, and again, that's just based off my technical analysis. And the real reason why I follow them is not because I trade crypto, because I trade Bitcoin or Ethereum, but because I look at the stocks that get affected by them, so like Mara, Riot, Coinbase, because I like trading options, so that's kind of how I use crypto. Here on Secretary. Wait, who cares? Who cares why it's pumping? It's pumping. So that's all we look for as technical analysts. We don't care why it's pumping. We just care that it's pumping, and we get in on the lows. We sell when it's high, then rinse, recycle, repeat. Do you think Shopify is going to pump to 80, 85 in near future? It looks to have just made a breakout. I gotta be honest. I haven't looked at it Shopify in a while, so I have to go back and check out how it's played out. I have to go back and check out how it played out, and I will. I'll probably do a follow up video on them. 2 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. Really, really strong candle right here. And I say that not just because of the price action, but because the volume is there to back it, and because the RSI is looking good above our EMAs. The key level at 275 psychological level. So next target now would be this 276.50. Yeah, 14-day uptrend would be super nice. Still a minute and a half left in the 2 minute candle. Let's take a look how the 5 minute candles are shaping out. So a minute left on this candle. So this is kind of showing a little bit of a, I don't say bearishness on the 5 minute, but you can see kind of like doji forming. Volume's not as there yet. We have a minute left in the candle, but we're still in the uptrend. So as long as we stay in the uptrend, um, we should be in good shape. I like how the 15-minute chart looks better, so I'm gonna keep that one up for right now. Spam those hearts. All these peeps on here and only 2 likes. Yeah, guys, can we get some likes? Can we get some likes on the video, please? If you guys don't mind. Right now, Tesla's actually pushing, so there's a lot to like right now. There's definitely a lot to like right now. Let's get some likes and let's pump this up. Back in the day, I would like, not me, but like people in the chats would be like, let's get some rockets. Let's get some rockets in it. Let's get some rockets in the chat. Let's get some moon emojis, and everybody would just be spamming rockets and moon emojis back in those 2021 days. I liked it. Thanks, Love and Fails. Fuad, you're here. You're with us today. Awesome. Target. Minimal target. If this is what I think is playing out, which is a leading diagonal, right? So you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Minimal target, like I said this morning, would be the top of this wave three, which is 277. But if it's going there, I do expect it to go there in 3 waves, right? So that's the thing about these leading diagonals. Every wave the sub wave count is a three wave move. So keep that in mind, right? So you had three waves, three waves, three waves, three wave. Sorry, three waves, and now we're looking for a three wave move at least to the 277 level, possibly 280. I would say too late to get into the trade. Yeah, yeah, I would say so. I would say so. It's not a great setup right now for a short term trade because it's ran that much. Down here at the support, it would have been nice to catch this rally. But if this does pull back a little bit, um, you could still play the last leg of this move up. If it pulls back, it's like if it retraces about back down to 273. I have a bull certificate, 20 leverage. Well, I'm starting to understand the lingo there, right? So you're basically saying you have a it's not an option, but you have a certificate that's leveraged 20x on Nasdaq 100. Can you see a target of the pump there? It's the index. All right, let's take a look. It's pretty much the same as the triple Q, which is the ETF for the Nasdaq. And I have the triple Q going a lot higher. But we'll take a look at the Nasdaq. Um, so I'm gonna hold the triple Q side by side because I don't have the weight count up on this move yet. Uh, I'm assuming this move right here is similar to the triple Q move right there. I would say at least a one to one. Oh, that's actually what it just did right now is a one to one. Um, with this wave up. So I would say possible targets are these next fib levels. So right here, you can see these next levels. So it's going to be your 1.236, um, and then your 1.382, and then your 1.618. Okay, so 15,665, 15,752, and 15,893. I would say like have those levels kind of in mind. But obviously, if you see a pullback over here, you see a rejection, then just be aware of that. Keep it open makes sense. I went in yesterday early. Cool. Okay, yeah. No, I wouldn't mind. I mean, I wouldn't be against holding over there. I do see the triple Q and SPY going a little bit higher as well. So just the overall market in general, and then obviously Nvidia is pumping right now, just hit 450. So that'll definitely drive up tech and the market overall. Nice trade. I mean, that's a nice trade so far to be up 28% on a 20x leverage. That's really nice. All right, so this trend looks like it's starting to weaken a little bit. So I would expect a little bit of pullback at some point. But now we have support levels besides our 9 and our 5 EMAs. We have support at our previous resistance, which was just 275, and we broke. So if we could hold this, then this effectively becomes a support for us now. Right? That's basically just the law of polarity or role reversal. Previous supports become resistances and vice versa. So we can say that that's support right now to hold it. And maybe we don't have to necessarily pull back. If we do, all right. So we're pulling back at that support right now. which is fine because, like I said, most likely this is going to go up to that level in a three wave move. So if there's our first wave, I would expect some kind of third wave move. Um, Second wave, and then third wave move up to this level. So what time is it? It's about 2 o'clock. We might just see the rest of the day chop a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. And then maybe push after hours or pre-market back up to this level. But effectively, that's good because we're kind of like making higher highs and higher lows. The double bottom played out nicely. Oh yeah, the double bottom right here was beautiful. And so oftentimes you'll see that the best way to play the any breakout play based off of a chart pattern is if it doesn't happen right away, it usually happens on the retest, right? So we had our first valley, our peak that created our neckline, our valley, and then when we broke above it, we pushed, and then we came back to retest the neckline, and on that retest, it would have been a nice entry for this move up. The Napsters woke up again. Oh, that's the second W I mentioned. Oh. Okay, I was getting confused. You're talking about the double bottom. Yeah, some people call them W's. Some people call them double bottoms. When you said W, I thought you were referring to the actual wave count, right? Like this wave count is called a WXY. Like this whole move right here is called a. This is called your W wave. That's your X wave, and this is your Y wave. So I thought that's what you were referring to. Holding support right now at 275. I don't mind if we just chop around in this area for a little bit, to be honest, and form a nice base that we can break out of to test these next levels. It will basically give RSI a chance to reset, cool off a little bit, which is essentially what it's trying to do right now. Your wave counts play well with the common patterns retail traders use. They do Vlad. Like wave counts actually. There's a whole section that you can go into in Elliott Wave where you actually see where certain chart patterns play out in key levels of of the wave count, right? So if I were to show you guys, like this is your typical five wave move on a wave count is you have one, two, three, four, five, right? And then that's followed by an A, B, C. So now if you're just looking at that, what do you see automatically? You see a head and shoulders with a perfect neckline, right? And then after this move, you would expect another five wave move up. So what do you see over here? You see an inverse head and shoulder, right? Or if you get a five wave move and then you end up getting a flat pattern that plays out, right? And then from there you get another five wave move. What do you see over here? You see a double bottom. So all the chart patterns that we use in regular technical analysis, they actually have very predictable areas where they occur within the Elliott wave framework. So I go into that in great detail in the course. If you guys are interested again in taking that course, the technical analysis course or the Elliott wave course, I kind of like tie all those things in together. But it's very well known, and I think I like the framework. Once you know those chart patterns, instead of going around and fishing for them like in an open sea, right? And they can be anywhere. If you could just follow the wave count as the price action is playing out, you'll know where to expect those moves. Cup and handles, inverse head and shoulders, uh, double bottoms, even triangles. They all occur in very very predictable patterns in Elliott wave count. So I'm glad you caught that. I'm glad you caught that. But this is looking pretty decent, guys. I think we may be able to push higher for the rest of the day, barring that one little pullback that might occur for this wave down. I think we're up $3 for the day, $3.5 for the day almost. So not bad. We're slowly climbing our way higher. And like I said, if by next week earnings, like we can really get above that 280, right, slow and steady, it will, it might give me some more confidence to really go into earnings and holding my position. So this is really the area that we're looking to take out, this 284 area, and we're getting there slowly. But guys, it's 2 o'clock. It's about 3 minutes left till two, and I actually have to head out. I have to go pick up my wife. So I'm gonna probably end the stream here, and I know it's terrible timing because we're in such a strong move. I wish I could still be here right now, but I have to run. So just follow the play along, guys, as long as you can. And if you have any questions, just throw them into the comments of this video. Because once these lives are done, they basically go up on the channel. So any comments, questions that you guys have of anything that plays out after I'm gone, just throw them into the comments. I'll try to answer them after the fact. All right. But I appreciate you guys tuning in again. Appreciate you guys leaving comments and chatting with me and just hanging out. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for the likes. Thank you guys for the comments. And thanks for spending some time with me. We'll be back again tomorrow morning, and hopefully tomorrow we could build on this momentum. All right. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Appreciate you guys. What time frame are you on that would justify a buy or sell? Uh, which line segment defines a second wave? The long segment and not the next short segment? Uh, that's a pretty like that question is pretty. It would take a very very long answer. Which lines like I would have to go into like the whole thing about a wave count right now. Unfortunately, I don't really have the time to do that. But in terms of is this a buy right now? I don't think on any uh, scalping or day trading or long term, this is a buy right now, in my opinion. Like because if this move is finishing out and we're expected to get to this area, after that we're looking for another pullback. Um, right, so if we get to this level, then we're going to look for um, a pullback afterwards, and then once we get this pullback, then this would be a buy down here, because then we could make another rally higher, right? So higher highs, higher lows. Yeah, yeah, we'll definitely discuss it tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow, and I'll go into Elliott Wave a little bit more if you guys are interested. All right, guys. So thanks again for tuning in. I'm gonna head out now, but I really appreciate you guys. Like the video if you guys found it useful and the content useful, and we'll be back at it tomorrow to take Tesla to the moon, hopefully. Peace out, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. Later.